everybody. I'm Gary Palmer Jr., .eth, you're you, and together we are minting coins. Joined here in this special emergency live stream. Twitter Spaces is rugging. No one's able to communicate. People forgot how to text message each other on Twitter. We want to hear voices. Some of us want to see faces. I'm shared with this space. Starting off today, we're going to have people rotating in and out. We'll see what we can do. But the first is the best. Zero X Wizard.
I was just bored enough to answer the call. You know it.
You're what?
I was just bored enough to answer the call, man.
Hey, man. Well, listen, Twitter Spaces is out. People want connection. People want to talk. People want to jam about what's going on during the day. And, if Twitter's not going to do it, I'm going to do it.
That's right. Like, we are the content. That's the whole point. Where we choose to channel, this is what Web3 is.
Yeah.
You know? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, man.
Good morning. Yeah, morning where you're at. Looks like the sun is shining out your window.
Literally. This is my, staging area where I spend my mornings, and the Buenos Dias show where I can, smoke, have a coffee, watch the traffic, let the dog out. Makes it easy.
Yeah, that's nice. You got the whole setup there.
Can't wait to put computers on the walls and have cameras just track my movement and just have it be like a virtual studio.
Yeah. Just heard a ding. All right. Yeah, John, I don't know if you got the DM. I was just DMing you.
Hey. I didn't even know that the spaces were out this morning because I've seen spaces running and then people are like, hey, join. And then it wouldn't let me join. And I'm like, all right, who's got me blocked? No, I'm just kidding. But go
right. Yeah, GM. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, people need to wake up and connect. People want to wake up, get their coffee, roll their J. And they want to jump on Twitter. They want to jump on Clubhouse. They want to jump on YouTube. They want to, chit chat with their friends, their colleagues. This is our time for the water cooler.
Yeah, and it's a big part of my morning routine. So I feel like I'm kind of out of whack. I've tried joining so many spaces, and I'm like, well, now what do I do?
I refuse to pull my laptop out because I'm like, I have a routine. I need to spend a certain amount of time doing a certain amount of things. And then once that's done, then I can move on to the next step because
exactly.
It's weird. And then also, frankly, what's happening in ENS, what's happening in Web3, what's happening in our community is driving me on a daily basis. So if I don't have that input, if I don't have that perspective, if I don't have that morning coffee, it's just not the same kind of day, and there's a lot going on, even though it's the holidays and all that. But the most important part for me is just hearing the voices that I care about and love. And, to me, I'm addicted to Jancito. I'm addicted to Julio and the ENS Latino community, who right now, we've been in a passionate debate and organization phase, a validation phase for us. And I think that, time apart is hard right now because we're using every second to make sure that we're understanding where we're going next. And speaking of posers, my homie's here. Buenos dias.
Hey, what's up, guys? Buenos dias.
Wizard saying all bad things about you, and then you showed up. So.
That's okay. He does it in front of my face, behind my back. I'm used to it. Sideways.
I'm minting a better man.
So what are we guys getting into? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. We could just keep it rolling.
We were just talking about us, and how we were, to me, in a very important phase of our existence. In one that's both self-reflective yet action-oriented, you know, and you know, we've gone through a lot of self reflection and understanding, like, hey, you know, what is the ENS community? What are the different parts of it? Where do we affect the most? Do we want to be a part of the DAO? Do we need to be a part of the DAO, or do we continue to be secular? Does that matter? And all I can come up with is like, the more self-reliant we are as an organization, the more real the idea of ENS as a protocol and as a part of Web3 versus a company or a community even that's setting a direction of some sort. I like that version more. I like the version more where we go out and just build on this shit, and like we're what we are today, and we don't need nobody's help. Like, no, there's no. I never joined the DNS community. You know what I'm saying? I just built shit. So that's kind of like how I feel this week, and it's an important conversation. You know.
Important conversations. Yeah, Julio.
Yeah, I mean, I understand definitely where Wizard is coming from, and I agree to a big extent, because yeah, I think ENS is about decentralization. It's about having our own power, and when we rely on somebody else to recognize us, to fund us, and to help us build, then we are not self-reliant. So I definitely think that I like that term. I've never heard it before. I heard Wizard saying it. Secular ENS sounds great. But I do think that if the funding is there and they're giving it away for people that are producing, then, you know, it's there, right? You know, there should be a split of the pie so that people who are building, even if they're not necessarily that aligned, or maybe in that political spectrum, they can also get the help they need, or just recognition, not necessarily help, but yeah, those are my thoughts. If they're giving it away, you know, include us. When I say us, I mean the overall us.
Yeah, and we like I 100% agree, but we have to include ourselves. You know, I mean, there's a lot of discussions being had, and you know, and generally speaking, I believe people in the world are good, and so people aren't intentionally excluding or intentionally going out of their way to say, I don't want this group of people or I don't want that person. You know, obviously sometimes, but the vast majority that's not happening. People are just hyper focused, building in their lane, and generally they're like, yeah, we should include more people, but their job isn't to, like, you know, go out and do the gathering. Their job is to be hyper focused in their lane. And so there's a balance in there where we need to, how do I say this? We need to altruistically, compassionately, empathetically take and give and insert ourselves, right? And I say altruistically and empathically because we don't want to take and like make all the pieces ours. We want to inject ourselves, take, and then, like, you know, share and give to everybody, because we got, like, the most greedy person in Web3 needs to recognize the more of us that are involved, the stronger their bags are going to be, the stronger their security is going to be, the stronger their decentralization is going to be. So we have to sort of, you know, it's both ways. They gotta outreach to us, and we have to, you know, attack and pull in from our end as well. Whatever side you're on. Sometimes you're the builder and you're not thinking about pulling people in. Sometimes you're the watching somebody else build and you want to be pulled in. You know, it's like it's multi-dimensional. All these pieces come together.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it goes back to basic human hunter-gatherer situation, right? Like, at the end of the day, you need what you need. And I think in this case, when we look at the potential of the organization that we've developed and how it can benefit ENS, not only in the social spaces that we're doing right now, but you know, also in the legacy content which is extremely valuable. Legacy content is how we built on the enslatino.medium.com, right? We took Brantley's contributions to Medium, translated them in context of now, right? And brought them to the community, starting with, hey, you can import a DNS into ENS. Like to me, delivering that message was super important. And on that side, you know, I thought that we had some inroads with having the attentions of the stewards, where, you know, we even were asked to look at the Learn Docs from a translation perspective, which is something that, like, now that they're live, I don't need them to give them to me. I've already begun to translate what I believe in order I want to present on the enslatino.medium.com website, so that we can direct folks to the Learn Docs in the context of, like, hey, this is what we're looking at today, right? From a community perspective. So all that to say is, like, look, we're doing the work, right? And to me, I think it's just the most upsetting part, and this is the only part of the discussion that, like, I think spurred a lot of the animosity, was we just wanted to be there for the vote. If we had been able to at least you know, be presented in that light, to me, it would have been easier to swallow that we would have gotten less votes than something else, right? And that's all. That's literally it. At the end of the day, especially, like, listening to the labs yesterday and the you know, the different spaces that we're doing now, the intention is to do well. The intention is to build and grow. And I don't see any malicious hand on it. I think that in the beginning it feels like, yeah, you know, because the process is so the way it is, right? It feels like, yeah, we could have been underhandedly put out, but at the end of the day, it's just like people are just moving, and there's no conspiracy, right? And what happened actually was, hey, we've gotten a lot of attention this week, probably more than we've gotten ever as ENS Latino, even though we've done, like, you know, big brand spots with, like, Fox Deportes and Jarritos and things like that. So this is a net positive for the community at the end of the day, if we're mature enough to absorb it and do on it, right? Like, move on it and build on it. Because we have a platform, we just need to keep going, you know, and make those adjustments and, you know, become more visible characters with more tenure in the community, right? Where ideas that you might have had today are going to be more valid a year from now, because you have the social capital, right? And you have the consensus on these concepts because you've proven yourself within a community. And these are very, very, very core concepts to Web3 that I fucking live and die by, right? It's how these new ideas happen, right? Satoshi was nobody, but people got behind that idea and built it, right? Vitalik, if you look at what people were investing in the 90s and early 2000s, nobody would have touched that with a 10-foot pole. But the community said, this is smart. People got behind it, put their faces in front of it, their code in front of it, and built a foundation that got us to ENS, that got an airdrop to my pocket, that made me participate in this community, become a part of ENS Lab. You know, it's all connected. So at the end of the day, we just need to find how to make sure that those connections shine as bright as possible and do the best they can for the community. And that's my piece on this week. So that's what we were talking about. I'm sorry for ranting, but I think, you know, I've just been thinking about this a lot. It's an important thing to me. So I just wanted to share with y'all.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to be in here and to be participating, and a lot of considerations in there. Yeah. The video. Feel free to jump in, right? Because I'm sort of like looking at you guys, thinking, all right, you guys gonna talk, and if you're not gonna talk, I'm gonna jump in and fill the space. And we got I-Dev.eth in the room. He's never been here before. I've never seen I-Dev here. We also have this 1621 with the hat, double legit.
Yo, I've never seen this before.
I'm in the car, Gary. I'm in the car with my daughters.
Hey, I-Dev, man, looking like the devil himself with the glowing red face. That looks really cool.
Damn, dude.
Yo,
Look at that.
What's that?
Using, I'm going hunting.
Yeah, love it,
Bro.
I-Dev the family
Love
man.
it.
Always with the kids, always looking good.
Yeah, bro. They are in the back. Just pick them from school.
are you in the West Coast, I-Dev?
No, bro. I'm in Europe, Romania.
Other side of the world.
Romania.
That's why it's dark. I mean, it looks
yeah.
dark. I don't know. Yo, and then we have 1621, which I've never seen his face before.
What's going
Yo,
on?
what's good, man?
GM.
Buenos dias.
Buenos
En vivo.
Yo,
We are
Gary.
minting coins.
Nice to meet you, Gary. First time here. I-Dev. Shout out to my boys, Wiz, Julio. What's going on, guys?
Yo, it's so weird to see your face, man. I can't lie.
This is my first time doxing me, so
Is it though? Wow, on a live YouTube stream for minting coins. Wow, that's a first, Gary. You're getting people to show their face.
yes, sir.
You're muted, Gary.
You're muted, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's a first. People feel comfortable. I mean, we're connecting. This is all about building community and connections. Like, don't show your face unless you want to show your face. You do have that option. But what's going to happen? Like, you just have to know yourself now and know yourself in the future. Because right now we're in a bear market. Eventually, we're going to hit the bull market. The bull market's going to come. All of these whether it be good experts, they're going to be coming back to crypto. Hey, thanks. They're going to be coming back to crypto as soon as everything gets good again. And then they're going to be the experts. And they're going to say how
Sucking up the air.
and all their friends are going to like lift them up. And then you guys were here way back when. You guys were here from the very beginning, right? You guys were into spaces. You guys did the learning. You guys did the research. And then everything's going to come and your voices are going to stay the same, but there's going to be so much garbage coming in that you just naturally get pushed to the bottom. So what I'm thinking with myself, the decision I've made in crypto and using my name and using my face and doing minting coins and using my leveraging my professional life is that I want to be visible. I want to learn more and I want to help people. I have imposter syndrome, so I don't want to say I want to be the expert because I don't know how I could possibly
Bro, you are the expert, and on top of that, to me, this is the new Huffington Post. This is the new like that's how serious I take these spaces, and the leadership within these spaces, because I've seen these cycles like you have, Gary, like everyone has. At the beginning of a movement, the people who make sure that new voices and innovation are heard and are equitable become the leaders of the space. What they become later is up to them, right? Do they sell out to AOL and become like a content farm and a clickbait thing? Like, do they take a job at a big broadcast and do only the big interviews, Mrs. Kara Swisher? Who I've had drinks with her. We've partied together. She's in my contacts. But she was in the beginning a voice that literally talked to everybody in tech, big, small, startup, like burnout, stupid idea, best idea, and brought it to the front and let literally like those mediums validated. This is the same thing to me, and you're so fucking important when it comes to that because you're level-headed, you know, like you're journalistic in the way that you approach things and everything. You've taught me more, I think, than fucking anybody has in this space when it comes to just being in your proximity. So my brother, this is it. This is so important that I feel like I have imposter syndrome because, you know, I got to squat in on your first episode and show you broken code and talk about crazy ideas, you know, and to today where, hey man, you're saving Elon right now. You're saving ENS Twitter, giving us a space and letting us be here. So appreciate that.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, doing the damn thing. You know, I mean, content, code, any of it. We just need to learn and someone, you know, people ask me, you know, often they say, what is minting coins? What is it all about? What does minting coins mean? Normally people are just receiving information, right? Normally people are just putting out signals. It's just data, right? And they're not processing, they're not taking action. And so the blockchain is about, you know, publicly verifying information on your own node, you know, having decentralized ownership, decentralized control, and then doing something. It's like doing something about taking decentralized control, doing something about verifying your own transactions, doing something about putting out your own decentralized information, your own decentralized NFTs, right? And so minting coins isn't just about putting out signals, or it's not just about receiving information. Minting coins is about executing. It's about being decentralized. It's about bringing information in and making things this world. It's not just about putting out noise or putting out signals. It's about verifying information, and right? And so that's why I always say, like, I'm minting coins, you're minting coins, we're all minting coins. You know, it's like, I don't know who's running a Bitcoin node or an Ethereum node or an IPFS node, but at some point you probably will, if you're not already. And yeah, and so think about it. It's like you are your own mint. You are your own bank. We always used to say you are your own bank. You are your own mint. You are your own everything, but you're not alone. You're a node in the network. You are a human node connected to every other human on the planet. And yeah, and so together we're minting coins. You know, we gotta take that action. Okay, who can read? Herrera City.
Herrera City.
You gotta roll that tongue, Gary.
Gotta roll that tongue. You can do it, baby.
You gotta practice the tongue game. If you were drowning in pussy.eth, you would be pretty hysteric with your tongue. I mean, I just got it's right there. It's her name. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's pretty interesting. If I have an IPFS local node, like if I have IPFS desktop and I upload all my images there, is that the definition of running a node?
For IPFS, it is. Yeah. I mean, if you have so we know what IPFS is, right? It's like these IPFS files. It's some people call it decentralized. I call it distributed. It's IPFS. It's a hash file. It takes like a piece of data and it turns it into a long string of numbers. And a lot of people use Pinata because it's cheap and easy. And if Pinata receives a request from the government or whoever that says take down this hash file because we know you're hosting it, then they have to take it down. But anybody can download IPFS. And then if you own an NFT that you really like, you can see what the IPFS hash file is because it's literally a part of the NFT. And then you can take that IPFS hash file in your IPFS node that you're running on your local machine, and you can simply pin it, which means like give it a little heart or a star or whatever the damn shape is of whatever you're using. And when you give it a heart or a star, that's your computer telling the network, hey, I want to put a copy of this on my computer. And now you're another, it's like a BitTorrent. You're another, node that has that file. And as long as one person in the world has that file on their machine and that hash file is pinned, then everybody in the world will be able to access that file. If you have an NFT and everyone in the world stops, right? Like
you were a branch in that Merkle tree.
Yeah.
But eventually your refrigerator, your TV, your humidifier, all of these things, these Internet of Things devices will be able to become a node on these networks and do this connected thing and all that. But you should always be your first node when
Even the cleaning robot, La Roomba.
Yes. Yeah. People should know how to clean for their damn self. Know how to clean. You should know how to wash your own damn dishes. You should know how to boil some water and cook an egg. Absolutely. Before all the robots. Yeah. Otherwise, absolutely. Because the dystopian future is going to come. Is it WALL-E, where they eat themselves in the milkshake drinks on the chairs and they float around in space? Yeah, if we all learn how to do things, right? If we all there's a machine that we people with AI Tesla bots and they're cooking and cleaning for us, and nobody knows how to cook anymore. Think about that. I mean, that's totally possible. Imagine if the only grandma in the world is a Tesla bot.
Kind of sounds like the life, Gary. I'm not gonna lie. Just
Till the Tesla bot breaks down. Yeah, no, I think it's cool to get to hold on to knowledge. I have XIRCLEV trying to join, but the device is not connecting. Yeah, I worry about lost knowledge. There's a lot of information out there where people, communities, they forget it. Oh shit! We got 00 coins jumping on. Device not connected. But hey, while they're, I got a couple people trying to join on. While they're trying to do that, City.
Yo, what's up, Herrera? What's up, my bro?
What's up, guys? Seeing you just dropping the alpha. Amazing. Congratulations.
good
Yo, we got
morning.
a lot of people doxing today. Is Queen Gwei not doxed, right? Is that what I'm getting?
I am doxxed, but my baby is not. So until she goes
Oh,
to sleep,
okay.
you're gonna see my seal.
This is important. Okay. Yeah, is there a couple people trying to join? Sorry, Gary. I shared the co-host link, and everyone wants to jump in. So that's
I
pretty
think
cool.
you broke minting coins.
No, that's good.
We're going viral. This is the new Twitter Spaces. Like we do it live. We see our faces. We communicate. We get to know each other. This is a little more real. Hey, Ada.
Hey everyone.
Ada!
Hey, Drowning.
Hey.
I had to make myself some coffee.
Is it Ada or Ada?
It's Ada.
Ada.
Yeah,
Nice.
Ada.
That's a grail.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that also your name?
it is actually. Well,
Awesome.
my name is Adriana. Rolling the tongues is Adriana, but nobody in America ever gets this, so I settled for Adriana for many years. But then all my close friends always call me Ada. So when we came across Ada, I was like, I don't know.
Adriana or Adriana?
Adriana.
Adriana.
Do you speak Spanish?
You gotta put that spunk in
No,
there.
I'm Polish. But we do roll the R's, not as much as in Spanish. I was trying to teach Gary that the other day. It's like, if you're not used to rolling your tongues, it's like very weird.
I'm used to rolling my tongue, just not linguistically.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, you
like-
missed my bad joke earlier. I recommend you watch the recording.
I was live, so I actually heard it all. I mean, I was listening while I was making coffee. yeah, so this is the new Twitter Spaces. I love
Yeah,
it.
I think Trump NFTs broke Twitter, bro. Twitter's like, because nobody.
I read some people are sitting on profits already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? The big thing that was holding me back, it's like, you know how it goes. Like, you want to degen in. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I want to get involved in the political NFT scene already. But the thing that like really because I thought money was going to be really, really good, because I how could it not double right away, or potentially do a lot better. But the thing that killed me right away, I heard people had to do all these like crazy KYC. They had to like not just do a photo, but it was like a facial scan. And it just, that level of stuff like really freaks me out. Like was it WorldCoin, and they were doing a scan of the eyeball. I'm not doing that, man. That's like crazy days.
Yeah, it was a little too much red tape for me. But I thought it would. I thought it would make some money. I was like, people are gonna go nuts for this, especially like the normies, and us that are more experienced and know, like, if we do get in, I know we would take advantage.
Coins de Gary. Espérate, déjame mutearme, espérate.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was talking shit about you, Gary.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, I'm with this dude, Gary, on this." No, I'm kidding.
Yo, Yoncito.
Hola, Johncito.
Yo, so what else is going on these days other than the Trump cards, collectibles, the recent town hall for ENS, and the, I don't know if you guys got to see the whole thing, but very interesting. It's a new year for ENS, so I'm excited for 2023. What else is going on?
I mean, just touching upon the whole ENS town hall in 2023, I actually missed out on the ENS town hall. Haven't had a chance to catch the recording yet, but keep in mind that we had the steward elections, which are now over, or should be over, and yeah, there's new stewards or re-elected stewards in some cases, and for people that are actionable, we should definitely do some introductions. We should invite them on to Minting Coins. We should talk about their agendas, their beliefs, their goals. We should, sort of like get an idea of like, what is their platform? What is their mission? And then maybe share our thoughts. But yeah, we want to build bridges, build relationships, build community, especially with these people who, kind of have immense power in terms of the ENS DAO for the next 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know if this is happening already to some capacity in their meetings or their Google meetings, for each like working group. But I think something that would be really cool is maybe do like for the people that are nominating themselves or being nominated, maybe before the elections have a Minting Coins podcast where they come and they talk about what they're trying to bring. Like, like Gary and I did this podcast on Tuesday, was it, or Wednesday, where we were going through each of the candidates. And I thought that was very insightful for me, seeing how Gary's thought process, because obviously he's more experienced than I am, and he was able to show me their profile, their activity, what they go for, their Twitter profiles and stuff like that. And I think if we can do that as well with the candidates live, they can answer questions about what they're really trying to accomplish within the DAO or the working group, and kind of how they differ from the other candidates, so that people who are voting for them kind of understand, even if they're like, even if they've been with the DAO for 3+ years, like new people can come in and learn what they're about. So I think that would be maybe a cool thing that Minting Coins can, be the official podcast that does, kind of like interviews or debates or meet the candidate type things.
Yeah, I love that. Especially if you think about, the regular process of elections. It's, we get to see the big people, and if you are focused on like smaller communities, I always say, think globally but act locally, because all the local elections are the ones that are going to impact you the most. So if you have kids in school, obviously you're very interested as to, like, who's running the school districts and how they're run and how the funds are distributed. Same on a much smaller level, and the bigger and bigger and bigger they get, you might be impacted differently. We're all obviously are impacted by big elections. But I was thinking about it when I was looking at the candidates with Gary, and for most of them, like, you literally just have the Twitter profile. Like, they're really, like, I don't know them. And because a lot of people, decide to not get doxxed, which, I'm all for, it's a personal decision. But if you're running something as big as ENS, and if you're in charge of making those big decisions, like, I kind of feel like you should be doxxed. You're a public face, and I want to know more about you. Like, I want to hear you in spaces. I want to be able to see you, because I think it's going to actually allow me to make a decision versus based on just some tweets and some things that you said you've done or, haven't done. It makes it really, really difficult, because on paper, things, as we all know, on paper, things always look different. And then you see somebody and then you hear them speak and you're like, I don't align with this person at all.
You guys still caught up in how beautiful we all look?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I look great.
With that sappy penguin. Anyway, sorry
Yeah.
about
The
John
alpaca.
Steve called me. He had apparently scored OX ETHmoji for about $1 on the auction, and really excited about it. So he's coming in here. It'll be fun.
But going back to Ada's point, I definitely think that I mean, if the number one spokesperson for the entire Ethereum Foundation, right, or the protocol as a whole, Vitalik Buterin, is doxxed, and then we're thinking about like super famous people that dox themselves in their public companies or their endeavors in crypto, why would somebody that maybe is in a working group or a steward or working for the DAO not dox themselves? I think it's just you don't have to do it, but I think if comparing people that are doxxed and have a great resume, at the end of the day, I'm gonna lean towards a person that's like putting their face or reputation on the line by doxing themselves. If everything is equal, right? I think people who are on dox need to work harder to gain that trust, that public trust, because the blockchain at the end of the day is transparent. So it's pseudo anonymous. That's okay. That's fine. But I think people who dox themselves and demonstrate, hey, I have something worth losing. I got skin in the game. I think that brings a lot more public trust.
The caveat there is the jail time that the Tornado Cash, coder's doing, and that sucks, and that can't be happening. And I think that once, as engineers and hackers and shit, like, we have faith that we won't be prosecuted unfairly like that for coding, literally just coding. You can ask GPT-3 right now to do the same thing. And what are they going to do? Shut the website down? Shut the AI down because it told you how to do a Tornado smart contract? Is that what we're going to do? Like, so that's where the fear is, I think, on a lot of the undoxed, like, hardcore programmers that I know. They're afraid of that and other things. But yeah, that's the one caveat I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, for me personally, it makes me feel so helpless because there's like, we feel very, very strongly that is an absolutely wrong, unfair thing to do. And, I don't have a lot of power to go against the, an entire legal system. Like, I think that if we were better at organizing, we could maybe do a little bit, but we have seen it over and over. I mean, there are people in jail right now that, like, I mean, literally the whole trial is bullshit. And it really is, fear is a very powerful weapon, a lot more powerful than anything else. And so I am with you. The doxing piece is really, really tricky, because I think that people are prosecuted just to make a point, just so we can have this conversation of saying, maybe we shouldn't do that, because who wants to spend the rest of their life in jail? Like what is worth it?
I think that if we could become like well, let's take an active role, right? What if there was an endowment for the legal defense of engineers that like did ecosystem products, right? So like, hey, don't be afraid of experimenting with your code, because we have an aggressive front against this. We're in front of it. And the other thing too is maybe it's about pushing the legal system and going like, hey, I'm going to preempt that there will be a legal challenge here. So let me make it first, right? Let me sue the state first, right? Like to set a precedent for what it is that we're saying, because that's what the legal system is for, instead of trying to evade it to affect change, because we're scared that it's ineffectual, because that's just kind of like how we feel right now, right? And then they go, and this is recent, they go and they put an engineer in jail in a place where you would think that they're more open-minded about this kind of thing. That's political pressure. It has to be, feels like, right? That's what my opinion is about it, at least. So yeah, it's a incredibly important topic, but another thing that this ecosystem enables you is a zero knowledge version of your doxed self, right? So that you can navigate within those systems in a way where, hey, we all trust that you have your proof of humanity, right, over here, and that is understood in zero knowledge by my system, but you're a real person. You can use this, right? Or at least this wallet is a real person. This address is a real person. They can do this, or this address represents a DAO, or this address represents a multisig. But anyway, that's what we need to do. We continue to build these products so folks can use it this way, and that's how we show the way. Está muteado.
El wizard.
Mira, when are you guys gonna come give me a haircut, man? I need to get my fade down, man.
I know. I'm going to tell Prince again. We got to come up again over there.
I'll make you some vegetarian food this time. That's not just the guacamole. What's up,
Yo,
John?
so what's going on with everyone else? Joncito's in the house, drowning in pussy, 1621.
I think Julio just likes to say my name.
I mean, I've just seen the people who are afraid of saying your name and how that's said publicly in spaces. Like, oh, anybody that tries to say your name, they stop midway.
I think there's like 3 people who's ever said my full name. And
yeah,
now
I mean,
you're the 3rd.
yeah, so I'm part of an elite crew.
So
What'd you say about Gary?
Blessings to
Gary's
everybody.
one of my 3 that have never said it.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, Joncito?
Hola, Joncito.
I thought you were gonna dox yourself today. What's going on?
Yeah, I already
Let's see the threads.
Not today.
Oh.
It's whenever OX Wizard launches, 420 April, that day. I'm ready for that day. Nah, but how everybody's doing, blessings. I want to be in that group of elite, so drowning in pussy. I just said it.
Sorry, Gary. I hope we don't get your channel suspended.
I think it's okay to say pussy.
Then just complete it with cat. Just say cat at the end.
I'm thinking about yeah, Pussycat. There's a George Carlin 7 Deadly Words. Yeah, that actually might be one of them. The channel is marked not made for kids. I am like sort of testing the edges of what could be done. You know, I don't want to swear needlessly, but yeah, I want to be able to communicate, especially if it's someone's name. Yeah, there's a balance in there, and if we need to have private shows, I mean, that's one of the benefits of minting coins is that we have these live shows where we can have live public meetings. We can as you can see, extremely. The hardest part of going live is getting the cover image made, right? We could just instantly go live, stream to like Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter. What would I leave out? Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube,
Twitch.
Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is it. And yeah, it'll be really, really cool when Twitter does upgrade their system and lets us do YouTube-like stuff in Twitter. Mr. Beast has doubts that Elon Musk will be able to compete in that regard for creators on YouTube to switch over, but Mr. Beast welcomes it. I welcome it. But we can just instantly go live here, and just as easily as we can go live here, we can go live privately, where we can have those communications with different rules and different groups of people. Because there's just a lot to talk about it, and some things you want to have recorded for publicly, and some things you want to have recorded internally. Right? We have an intranet, we have intranets, but and then some things you don't want to record at all. But there's just so a little bit of all. Can we say Pussycat?
Like Whiskey Wednesdays.
Yeah, Whiskey Wednesdays, no holds bars, man. Holy shit!
Whiskey Wednesdays get crazy, but it really is not until the show goes down, like. It's not on YouTube. It goes on a private platform that it gets like unhinged. Gets crazy.
Pussy is not within the 7 deadly words.
I think that the context really matters. So if you open the show and in the very beginning, like you just like pack it with all the curse words, that's gonna get you flagged immediately. So like, what I've read, and I dive down this rabbit hole a lot lately because we've had some problems, the first time around. But, a lot of it is really, I think most of it is political. So if you have conversations about what at the time gets deemed like edgy, and this is the tricky thing, because there is the part that we all know, like we can't say, right? That like there are obvious topics we can't discuss. They're gonna get you banned immediately. But then there's a whole bunch of gray area that changes depending on what the political climate is. At least that's my belief, and that's like it's not obvious, but it's part of the kind of, I'm not gonna say the word, but it's like the underground banning, right? That nobody really knows what exactly gets you banned. But then one day you wake up and you're like, oh, you got flagged. And I'm like, what do we do? Like, what do we say? It's always been very hard to pinpoint.
Well, I changed my name for you. I'd hate for anything to happen to your podcast. I'd hate that if anything would happen and I was the reason. So I am now.
No, they censored you.
Call
No.
me Drowning if you need.
No. What just happened? This is a good learning experience. What just happened was worse than censorship. Censorship would have been more acceptable. Me censoring Drowning in Pussy would have been more acceptable than the horrific event that just occurred. And what just occurred, because keep this in mind, because this is super subconscious. What just occurred is called self-censorship. And self-censorship, in most ways, I believe, is worse than actual censorship. Think about it.
Wait, so do you want me to be drowning? I'm confused.
I want you to be who you want you to be. And if you do self-censor yourself, then I want you to be deliberate in that censoring. Because we're all of us are always self-censoring, right? We see something, we don't say something, because then we get slapped. But if you want to say something, you should say something.
Since everyone calls me drowning, I just wrote drowning.
You know, I have a funny story about it because when I first, when I first met you, and I first joined the Queens, and for the longest time, and this is embarrassingly say, so this is how the mind works. I always thought it was Drowning Pussy. Like I just was like, it's Drowning Pussy, and I still was like, it is the coolest name ever. Like whoever this person is, I want to become the best friend because they are amazing and they're fierce, and I want to get to know them. And then I think it could have been literally on the show. Like it was very recently. That's why I'm embarrassed to say it when somebody was like drowning in pussy. And then I was like, what are they talking about? And I looked closer and I was like, oh, all this time I had it wrong.
So does that mean you don't want to be her best friend anymore because it
Yeah,
has an
like,
N in between?
I
Like that's what I got. I don't know.
I totally want to be her best friend. She is awesome. We need more women in the space, 100%. I am a big supporter of bringing more and more women into the the whole Web3 space, but on a smaller bubble, ENS space.
Well, now I gotta compliment you. Okay, I'm just kidding. Gary, you have a great wife. She is by far the most supportive person in this space. So I just want to say that. I don't want to get too sappy because, I am a sappy seal, but this is a serious. It's a serious podcast. So, but yeah, I love you, Ada. We can be besties if you like.
We need to get emojis in this so that when others are speaking, we can react.
Like throw hearts and like fires
No,
and
emojis
hundreds.
are meant for-
I always think that.
Yeah.
I really
Tweet
do.
it. Tweet it.
For
Stream-
remote-less platforms.
I tell StreamYard like a couple times a week. I'm like, I need hand raising. I need
Yeah.
emojis.
Because now it's like.
Let's build emojis.
But we had Stephen Miller on the show, I think for Whiskey Wednesday, and he came in with this whole soundboard, and I since then literally haven't gone to sleep. I was like, we have to get this in. Like I'm gonna get the soundboard. I'm gonna get all the sounds. Like I'm working on it. It's a small team. It's just you're looking at it. It's just two of us. But
Don't reinvent the wheel. Audio shows were the first form of entertainment that was really developed en masse after radio hit. So it's a science, and that science comes with production, your agenda. It's super simple. You follow that and you're good. So I love this. I love the idea of that you can channel surf with the show, right? That you can go, we're going to be from this hour to this hour on Twitch. We're going to be from this hour to this hour on YouTube. And you can literally change the format to understand the audience that you're catering to at the time because they're all different, right? But what you're really doing is you're training them to go hey, we're the channel. You're following us. We're the content, right? We're just adapting to where you find consuming this kind of media is most convenient. But things like StreamYard, and I hope, there's decentralized versions of this as well. They're great. They're great tools because they take away the power away a little bit from, the channels like Twitch, because we can go hey, we have our core following knows how to follow us around here. You need to bring audience to us, Twitch. You need to bring audience to us, YouTube. And yeah, we'll abide by your algorithms, but it's really about our audience. So if we get banned or algorithmed out of that platform or whatever, we still have our core and we don't suffer from that loss of channel control.
This is a good segue into some news and tweets. Here we have from Avsa. Today is a good reminder that ENS, I don't know, did you guys know this? That ENS has a social media interoperability prize. If we can get a few of the Web3 social media apps to share their content in an open way and use ENS as a core account, hashtag sign with Ethereum, then they all share the prize. The next social media we move to should be the last. So yeah, for builders in the space, for right, it's like we're talking about getting getting audience, giving audience, dealing with the algorithm, dealing with Web3. There's prizes out there to give us what we want, give us what we need.
So I've been posting a image underneath these discussions for a while that basically says that, ENS.eth is literally the fastest way to create a decentralized social graph. So that platforms like Twitter become things that we plug into for a service and for their algorithms and their network effect, right? But my property, my lists, my people are all contained within my social graph that I plug into the services of a Twitter. This is the social media of the future that Alpha, I think, is talking about, right? And if you just look at the makeup of what a .eth address is and how we're able to enable Meta on top of that, because the interface on the apps ENS domains doesn't let you put in your own tags, but you can make a script where you add your own meta tags to your own addresses as you update them, the content. Are they within the specification that's supported by the ENS docs? No, that's your problem now. But you can build a meta object with this, right? And I give two examples recently to help solidify this concept. So let's say that you want to have you have an album that you're putting out, an EP, right? You would go and you would mint the title of that EP, and then to that main DNS to that main ENS account, you would attach the artwork for the album. You would attach the credits in the form of the content, and then you would add subdomains that would be the tracks, and then you would put the audio content that's on IPFS or wherever as the content, and the name of the track is the subdomain name. And now any person that's coding a audio player can use an ENS address at the address level to process audio content in the same way that Spotify or an Apple would need to catalog it and do their thing. So publishing can now become direct via that namespace address for that content NFT, minted on ENS. All right, so that's one way to do it with music.
That's all a little heady.
Yes, but it's
that's all. I mean, it's just. I think we need some visuals to get that to people. You know what I mean? It's like ENS name. It's like mint song. Use ENS name. Add records. Plug in the player.
Right.
You know.
Right. I would love to make this sort of normalized to where people are teaching it, but it's just a concept right now. I'm just illustrating what you can do.
A side note with the whole music thing, I've talked to a lot of people that are into music NFTs, building music NFT type stuff, and I tell everybody the same thing. If you want to crush it, in my opinion, and I'm no music expert, but if you want to crush it, in my opinion, what you need to build is a music NFT player. Back in the day, we had quick. We had different QuickTime and quick audio player and media streamer. Microsoft had it was really rare. Everybody had, and then you would rip the songs, and you'd have to play the songs through the player, right? And so there was that technology to rip the CDs and then play the songs. And so the problem that I'm experiencing, and part of the problem that I'm experiencing is that there's all these music NFTs, and I have them all in my wallet, and I want to move them from my wallet to my car radio. I'm going to move them from my wallet to my computer radio. I'm going to move them from my wallet to my iPhone radio. And so in my eyes, we need an application that can recognize NFTs that are music based, where I can load my wallet, right? Sign with Ethereum, connect my wallet. Oh, these are all the music NFTs. I can create a playlist, and then boom, and then it's only going to play the NFTs that are in the playlist. And then, you know, there's all these ways of figuring out how licensing would work, or would licensing even be a thing if you own the NFT? I have me in the green room. I need to know a little bit more about me. So add some notes to the private chat so we know who me is. And then we'll let me up into the room. Me doesn't even have a .eth, so I gotta know more about me. But anyway, yeah, you don't think a new music player is needed? How are people gonna how if otherwise?
I agree, but like, okay, so that's like destination thinking, and this is like how Silicon Valley's organized right now, and like we have this poison that we need to go to Spotify, we need to go to Apple, we need this to be a protocol. We need publishing and licensing and IP rights to be protocol driven, so that anybody can build a player that plays the files, right? And they bring their traffic, obviously, in the same way that they always have.
Whoa, back up. I'm sorry, back up. What do you mean anybody can build a player?
Like anybody can build a player.
I can't build a player. What do you mean?
Well, I mean the community at large, right? Like audio players are one of the most prolific Web3 attempts right now. I just posted Spinamp, for example. That's an open source project that's like lets you play the music NFTs you have in your wallet, right? Assuming you're following some standards there. But these things will come and they'll go, right? Like they always have. Like Spotify came, wowed the musician community, wowed us on the management side with all the community touch tools that they had, and then they ripped that out and they just gave us an algorithm that we needed to ride and playlists that we needed to buy into, and it became a publishing hell, SEO hell, and the art forms became like algorithmically and marketing driven versus the real content, right? Or on top of that, they brought us down to sub pennies of attention when we're bringing in the traffic, we're bringing our fans, we're bringing our family. Like, why does Drake get a better deal than me? Because he's got more power, right? So at the end of the day, if we understand that the power is the IP, and now Web3 gives us the opportunity to leverage that power in a way that if you want my music to be played on Spinamp, you need to meet my content requirements as a creator, because I'm already plugging in via standard to that. Players are going to come and go. And I think that's like how we're just set up right now. Like, come to the website, like build a specific website for this thing, when a lot of these things need to become protocols to liberate the content, to bring it back to the creators' pockets. So I am a music expert. I've actually been doing music technology since like the 90s. And I've been involved in publishing, and I was one of the first people, if not the first person, to ever code Creative Commons directly into an MP3 file.
But just to go over the very beginning stuff, like I was saying, someone needs to build a music player, and you're like, no, the community needs to build a music player.
Right. There will be many music players, and like you can just build, like right now.
But right now there's no music players. Like I own music.
There's a Spinamp. Spinamp is one of them. There's a few music players. They're not like they're nothing that's catching anybody's attention. They're very, you know, kind of clumsy to install. Like Spinamp, you gotta do it via test flight, and you know it's still that hassle stage of the tech, right? It's like dialing fucking 28K modem right now.
Well, we did go over on the show a couple days ago that iOS is going to be opening up the App Store to third-party developers. But yes, but I mean, it sounds like, even though we're saying that we disagree, that we do actually agree that users need a way to, you know, organize, catalog, play their music NFTs, because I own a bunch of music NFTs right now, and I can't bump them in my car. I can't bump them on my phone. I can bump them on my computer one at a time. and there just needs to be a hassle-free way. And then once there is, then what happens is that some kid has a garage band and they produce some songs, they mint them as NFTs, and now you can buy them, plug them right into your player, and you can bump them. Right now, people aren't doing that. But let's pivot and let's say hello to people that we haven't let jump in yet. I know Kevin, Kev5159 is going to be jumping in soon here. I see we have John Cito, we have Master. We haven't really heard much from 1621 or City.
I do have a question for Wizard.
Let's if you can hold that question real quick. John Cito, do you want to say what's up? Introduce yourself.
What's up, Gary? How you doing? I'm here in my house just listening to you guys and having my morning run. So blessings to you, Gary, to Ada, Julio, Drowning / Queen Way. And sí, pues bendiciones, mi hermano. Me alegra verte ahí y Guerrera también. Blessings, guys. I'll be here just listening.
Buenos dias. We'll talk too. Like we are one person away from being maxed out for the first time ever on the Minting Coin Show, which is kind of fun, kind of cool. And Kevin's gonna be joining soon. Yeah, like we're just like popping that join link everywhere. Yeah, Thread Girl is gonna be popping in soon. Other people popping in soon. But Master, hey, how's it going?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Listening channel.
Yeah. Hey, Master.
Yeah. No, yeah. Actually, I think it's my 12 a.m. So it's midnight time, and every day I need to hear something about ENS before I go to sleep. And China is not in good condition. Right now all the restriction about COVID has been canceled. And today I kind of caught a fever, so I prefer just listen to you guys. And have a great one. And I'm glad you sent me the link to participate. Yeah.
Hey guys, if you can also join to listen on the YouTube link. I shared it in the chat. It'll help us with the likes, the comments, get people activated in the comment section. So if you can do that as well, that'll be helpful if you're just listening.
Yeah, like this video, subscribe, share this video with your friends. All of it really, really helps. A lot of people are freaked out about liking videos, and a lot of people just don't think about it. And any little bit of engagement that you do with the algorithm, with the community, with the creators, is very, very meaningful. It's like it's the lifeblood of marketing and podcasting is just a little bit of engagement. And then you're helping yourself, because then it's keeping things alive. Yeah, we know you're engaging. We know who's engaging in this room. Thanks everybody out there. Keeping things alive, engaging. We got a crypto reporter out there in the room too. A lot of people leaving likes and subscribes. People got to practice. Love it. Cool. Yeah. So what should we do? Should we go around the room, or anybody got a topic to talk about? I mean, I could definitely keep on bringing shit up.
I'm interested in listening here because I do work on the music industry, and I'm trying to learn, how to build things on the Web3 with you guys. I was here Wiz talking about the algorithms, the publishing, and all that stuff. For me, it's very interesting.
They haven't figured it out yet.
I do have a question for Wizard about the music.
Shoot.
Hey, Mago, how hard would it be for somebody to mint a music NFT, like to actually make the music and mint it on a platform? Like, I know how to mint use a photo NFT, but what's the difference between the music one and how hard can it be, like, to mint and then like those NFT, the music NFT, to be on the metaverse?
Well, Gwayman.eth. He just made like a music NFT recently, and it had like a soundtrack. So if you want to get in touch with him, he would, be more than happy to help you. If you need me, I don't know if you know Gwayman. But I'll write his .eth into the chat, and then that way you can get in touch with him.
Yeah, he's in our Hispanic ENS Latino ENS Español chat, so you can definitely find him there. Herrera City and Drowning. If you don't mind, maybe if you drop in the chat, I don't know if you're in the YouTube. I think it'll be cool if you drop the kind of like the collection link or something like that people in the chat can see it.
I own that. But Herrera, it's as simple as going to OpenSea, using their platform, uploading a music file, and this is now a music NFT, right? So all a music NFT is when you've added to the blockchain as a ERC 721, 1155, 999999, whatever the fuck later, that establishes that is an NFT. The contents are music. That's all. So it's just as simple as you using that platform in the way that that supports your art, right? So it's like I was saying, like you can use ENS directly in a way to support music, and even resolve the idea of publishing and licensing via that same ENS address, the same way that you would resolve a crypto transaction into that address in the future, right? But it's as simple as that, bro. You just have to apply it to whatever platforms you have. And then there's a lot of platforms out there. Sounds XYZ is one. On the player side, like I said, Spinamp.xyz is another one. Royale is a platform that's trying to replace publishing. To me, it's just repeating the label publishing model. There's a lot of different attempts out there. You just have to go plug into the creators that are doing this kind of stuff on Twitter, right? Black Dave would be one of the early folks in the space that came to the .eth side as well. Just do the research, right? And then attempt it. Try it yourself. It's free to upload to OpenSea. You don't have to pay money. Like you can ignore it. You can create a wallet just to experiment with, but just do it and see how it works.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. The question was because I want to bring El Dembow, Dominican Dembow, to the platform, and there's so many creators in the Dominican Republic, and if they manage to learn about all this, then we go, oye, Mago, pásalo cuando pueda. Thank you.
Yo, I think there's great people here to start that conversation and keep it running on the private chats, because 1621 is influential in that space in Puerto Rico. People from Dominican Republic. Wizard obviously knows a lot about music and also the tech side of how to upload it. And then we also have people who actually practice it and have done it before, like Queen Gway and Gwayman, right? So like I think this is a great conversation, and we could definitely bring more of that music space within the ENS community, right? That would be awesome. I hold I don't know if you guys know about Snoop Dogg has a Bored Ape Yacht Club, and he made it like he used his Bored Ape Yacht Club and the rights to it, and he added like little flickering lights and colors, and he added a authentic like customized song that he collaborated with X or Y artists, and he had like 4 different ones. Like one was like a little rock song, another was more like rap and hip hop, and it was pretty cool. So I bought one of those, and I did a test, because that when you have Twitter Blue, you could select an NFT from your collections, and everyone, when they saw that, they saw that I had the Snoop Dogg NFT, and people would start following me, and you don't see you don't hear the song playing on Twitter, but I was just curious to see, and I think he made a lot of money doing that, using the rights of his own Bored Ape Yacht Club to do those music NFTs. So I think people are already doing it. You just need to seek out who has done it. A great example is Gwayman. and kind of ask them questions and figure it out, and then you can bring it to the table. Hey, what's with the thumb down, Wizard?
Wizard's like notorious for thumbs down, and I wish you could see mine, but I'm giving him the middle finger. No, I'm just kidding.
Ouch. I just want to take a moment as new people are jumping in. I just want to give them a space to say hello. I know that we are at capacity, so we're gonna have to start figuring out as the new people come up. But I see Crypto Reporter. Crypto Reporter's here. What's
Hey
up?
everybody,
Thanks
what's
for joining.
going on?
GM, what's up?
GM, we got Gary, Ada, Julio. That's a nice setup, man. That is awesome. Respect. And then Herrera. Is that how you say it? I gotta roll my R's, man.
You got it. That sounds perfect, my brother.
Yeah, somebody did
That was
the
good.
tongue rolling class.
Just that the H is silent. Herrera. You don't like. That's it. So you
No, like you said, man. I gotta practice, but that's for another time. But if anything, yeah, they say that the metaverse isn't real, and this is it right here, and it's crazy to see. So, Gary, there's this one thing that I did want to mention to you. So there was a report actually done not that long ago, basically surveying a lot of people, a lot of countries, states of that nature. And so they were saying that 70% of them were interested into stable coins, or at least I want to say two thirds. And I wanted to try to get your thoughts on that because I think that's very interesting to see. But here, I'm going to send you the report actually, and let me see if I can actually pull it up for you. I got to live by my name, I got to do some research.
I'm sorry, you said 2/3 of who is interested in stablecoins?
Yeah, so two thirds of the nations are actually looking into stable. Right.
Yeah, I mean, if not 100% of the nations are interested in stablecoins, because what I mean, when you're talking about nations and stablecoins, you're talking about the next level of dollars, and so our dollars used to be physical. They used to be paper notes that you can exchange for gold. Then they used to be just paper notes that were not exchangeable for gold. And then basically in the 1950s, Bank of America created the first financial computer, digital transaction. It was like 1952, I think. Big years. We can talk about that. That's conversations for the ENS X files. But yeah, early 50s, we did the first digital ledger. And and so then you have the SWIFT system. You have all these like banking systems with money, transferring around the world. If you knew how money was transferred around the world, you would be shocked. It is antiquated. It uses paper. It uses there we go. It uses paper. It uses old computers. It uses fax machines to move money around the world. And they have been knowing for a long time they need a better digital system. And so with the better digital system, that leads us to central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. We have a couple pieces of legislation, if not laws, on the books now, where the word digital dollars, the word digital dollar wallet, or my air quotes, digital dollar wallet, these are legal terms now, and it's not just big countries like Russia and America and the UK. It's also really large, like NGOs, the International Bank of Settlements, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and they're all basically talking about central bank digital currencies, which is just moving dollars around, which is just moving stable coins around, which is just moving digital dollars around. And it's sort of like a digital dollars are basically a slip and slide into the rest of crypto. You're gonna have all these digital dollars, and then it's really hard turning US dollars into Bitcoin, but it's really easy turning digital dollars into Bitcoin. Right. And now those digital dollars they're not really going to be dollars. They're going to be credits because the digital dollars are going to be programmable. And so the digital dollars are going to say, they're not really dollars. If they say you can only spend 20%, if you can only spend like 5% of this on meat, it's not a dollar, it's a credit. If they say you have to spend this money before the end of the month or else you lose it, it's not a dollar, it's a credit. And so we are also entering the situation where definitions are literally changing. They're literally changing the definitions of words. And I can get into some recent examples, but that will get the show banned. So that's definitely for the after show. But dictionary words literally change. So the definition of money is going to continue to change. And it's not surprising. What's surprising is that 100% of countries aren't interested in digital dollars. Everyone, it's going to be companies, it's going to be corporations. Everyone's going to have digital dollars.
Yeah, man. I thought that was wild. I was like, wow, we are really living in, Black Mirror times. And I think yesterday definitely proved that. So, but yeah, thank you guys. That's the question I have for today. But yeah, it's been awesome. So definitely coming back on the show. Gary, what you're doing is amazing, man. It's amazing that you got, everybody on here. And we're just really building the network state, So thanks. Appreciate y'all. I'll hop off now. Peace.
Yeah, Joe, we'll jump back in whenever you want.
Wait. Crypto, did you check out eCash, bro? Did you check out eCash?
No, you did tell me about that. Hey, man, send me a link, man.
I sent you the link in the comments of yesterday's fucking ENS updates. Go do your DYOR. Use the Google machine.
The Google machine. All right, I'll try to figure out. You sure not Yahoo? Are you sure it's the Google machine or the Yahoo machine? I gotta make sure.
There's also DuckDuckGo.
Oh yeah. Let's use that instead.
DuckDuckGo machine. Although sometimes you got to use the Google. Oh, there's also the new Google, which is GPT chat. There's that too, the new Google. But hey, back Crypto Reporter, back to terms of digital dollars. It's not just digital dollars, right? It's digital payments. And so dollars are in gold. It's all it's all sort of lame. Like gold just sits there. We got to. Yeah, so we'll get back into this, but all the crypto payment service providers, merchant services, all of these people are fighting for digital dollars. So crypto to crypto and crypto to fiat, all these guys are fighting to be in between digital dollars. Crypto to crypto, they want to be trading digital dollars. E-commerce plugin platforms, which I've been talking a lot about to developers. You got to have WordPress plugins. It's 1 or 2/3 of all the websites in the world are WordPress websites. They want those digital dollars, right? All these merchant services, Stripe just integrated crypto, PayPal just integrated MetaMask, Visa, hardcore crypto, MasterCard, one of the biggest patent holders in crypto, crypto, digital dollars, it's all happening. But real quick, we have, can I say a special guest? 5159.
Yeah. We don't say that anymore, Gary. We can't say special. So
what's good, y'all? I finally made it. I decided to take the morning and actually eat breakfast first. So I'm full. I feel good. I'm excited to be on Minting Coins.
Welcome, GM. Yeah, let us know if you have anything you want to talk about. Feel free to use the private chat for anything you want me to share, or if anyone else wants to share their screen.
I have something I want to talk about right now. I'm not sure if you guys already mentioned it or not, but Donald Trump trading cards, NFTs. Listen, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm literally talking to Fireball about that right now on fucking chat.
If Donald Trump decides to buy Trump.eth from a good friend of mine, aka Master, I am personally voting for Donald Trump in 2024. I said that on live recording. But he buys that from Master. If he buys that from Master, then he's getting my books. But seriously though, I think this is a huge thing, right? In my opinion, for mass adoption, for awareness, for where we want to be. For a former president of the United States to come and basically create his own collection, that's eyes to everyone. Obviously, the main target market is D. Jensen. He's trying to win votes. This is a great campaign strategy, but that's going to be a big buzz, right? And that's the attention I think we need on the Web3 market. And let me say, by the way, I was joking, by the way. You guys don't go and run off with I'm voting for Donald Trump. That was a joke. I don't know.
The joke was that if he bought it, you're already voting for him. I know it.
I thought you were doing it for Master, but now I know you're Two-Faced, bro. Damn.
It's insane. He sold out 45K supply. That's insane.
So so I saw someone tweet Donald Trump, as the businessman, lost $2 million in this activity because he decided to sell 45,000 NFTs instead of deciding to sell 69,420. And if he would have sold 69,420 instead of 45,000, he would have made an extra $2 million, and it still would have sold out in 24 hours.
Probably quicker with that number. Look at Wizard, so like baffled.
So I was managing a director that's now part of the Saturday Night Live crew named Mike Diva. Can you hear me?
No.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I also got some feedback.
So I was managing a director who's now part of the Saturday Night Live crew named Mike Diva, who did a meme called Our Glorious Leader, Japanese Trump commercial theme. And it was a absolute banger of a fucking meme during the campaign. And I saw people literally donate to him like $5,000 for a Bandcamp track that covered the cost of the production of the video, like no problem. That's how big the fans are. So yeah, I agree with Gary that he left $2 million at the table, or that report. But at the same time, polarizing is polarizing. So this should be interesting. But this is a good time for polarization. FBX is in jail. Everybody's kind of like running around in a bear market. This is the time to do crazy shit. So even Trump's building.
Yeah, this is what a lot of takes are coming from the left and the right. Hey guys, you dealing with real life problems like the crashing of the economy, the fear of nuclear war, and the destruction of our mental and physical health that has just been deteriorated because of direct government intervention? Don't worry, buy a Trump NFT. It's like because the part of his supporters, right, on the political side, the day before this came out, he announced that, hey guys, I got a big announcement coming out tomorrow, and they're all thinking, is he going to run? Is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? The Twitter files have been released. He's back on Twitter, and you know what I mean. It's just for some people. I mean, this is like good press for NFTs, but for some people, this is bad press. This is good for NFTs, but I think this is bad for Donald Trump.
Can we talk about the fact that it's $9.99, like 99 plus shipping and handling? Like it's like $9.99 plus shipping and handling. Like that's the part that had me. But if anything, wow, record breaking.
Wait, is shipping and handling the way? The gas?
Yeah, that's the gas. That's the gas right there.
Shit. Jesus Christ. I need to see this contract.
What I give to this man, I mean, all the politics aside, is that he's always been the master of understanding trends and getting free airspace. Like when everybody else is paying millions and millions and millions of dollars through their campaigns to be on air. Like he just like manages to like write it for free, and he's always done it. And so I think this is like another amazing publicity stunt.
Yep.
Like it's because we're here talking about it, and I don't think that there's anything else that would get a bunch of Web3 degens talking about Donald Trump. Like, I mean, let's just face it, right? But we're
Agreed.
here discussing it.
Not only does it get a bunch of Web3 degens to talk about Donald Trump, but it gets MSNBC to talk about NFTs. So here's a video right here of MSNBC trolling, showing them how they're right-clicking Donald Trump's NFTs.
I think that still shows how early we are, for one. But two, I think it's interesting because a while back, his last Trump has been openly about not supporting Bitcoin and not supporting being against pretty much Bitcoin and all that crypto. So to see him transition into the Web3 spaces, it showed me he's the world is shifting because he has to shift his stance on how he feels about Web3, right? It's all politics. A lot of it is fake, but it's good news to me that the world is shifting. And I think Web3 is going to be a big thing in the upcoming election on politicians trying to get involved in this community because they know that they have to get involved in this community, which Donald Trump is the first mover. So shout out to him.
If we're going to talk about blockchain voting,
right,
this would be one way to start to talk about it in a way that now the left needs to respond in kind, right? Like, wait a minute, the Obama campaign in that first part leverage digital and leverage social and rode the algorithms to raising money.
Facts.
They found those channels first. And then now it's just algorithmically exploited. But this is what that is. But it's another licensing play too. So man, y'all are not going to believe half of my life story. But I did work on the Trump Tower Chicago presale website.
As a
Way
foreigner, I truly believe that Trump can do way better than this because it's just a couple million US dollar that he collected for this the first time he has involved into NFT. Couple million US dollar, what he can do with that, right? Comparing to whatever he is, I think he could have done something greater, bigger, and at the meantime, couple million US dollar, he might not be able to acquire Trump dollars from me at least.
Right.
Yeah.
This is not a Maxis collection. It's not royalty free.
I think this is a test.
Yeah, 10% royalties on it.
I was gonna say though, like this is a test run, and it's always the people that can leverage whatever it is, whether it's social media, whether it was Bill Clinton with the internet back in the 90s. Like leveraging of technology is first mover advantages, pretty much everything. So
yeah,
wild day.
And you see that he did it in a very centralized way. Imagine if, you have to scan your ID, you have to put your email. Imagine if he gets more experience now that he got his, he's dipping his his feet in the pond. He gets more people that actually know how to do it in a more decentralized way. It would have sold out even quicker because people like us would have been like, hey, maybe this is like a little degen play, but I don't have to dox myself. I can just use my sign in with Ethereum. I can just buy it with Ethereum and that's it.
Quant did the math on you a long time ago, bro, and you're in the secondary math right now. They know the market is what the market is, and they knew exactly how to play it. They played it perfectly. It's memes as fuck. All these cards are absolute meme material, and they're going to get repeated and left clicked, and the left's going to pay more attention to that than their own fucking agenda, which is horrible. And this is why they continue to lose. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's a masterstroke, the same way that Obama leveraging social media back in the other day was a masterstroke. Now on that side, again, too much credit to Donald Trump. There's a lot of fucking smart people working together to move together as a political unit, and that's that. Like, we need to see that as the work of very, very intelligent and underestimated people on that side of things. So and then there's this, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you 100%. I think that the degens in us want to have a conversation based, how this affects NFTs, how this was about bringing more awareness. I personally am with you. I don't think it had anything to do with any of that. I think that he played it beautifully, because if he were to take the money and spend it on airtime, it would have cost him easily 10 times that. He created all of that free airbuzz that it's going to go on forever, like 100%. Like, he's just like made memes for days. And that's what he ran his first platform on, getting tremendous amount of free airspace. And I think that he has perfected it. And this is where I give credit when the credit is due. Like, he is a master, and the team that he has is a master in understanding not just how to get a lot of airspace, how to dominate it completely. And
Yep.
I think that this was such a beautiful play. And yes, it might bring some awareness to NFTs, but I think that is really going to be negligent, because the people who are going to be talking about it really know nothing about it. I don't think it's going to necessarily onboard more people. I think it's just going to give him what he wants, eyeballs on his campaign.
Yep.
And bring this back now from the inverse and back to the NFTs and the cryptocurrency. A lot of people that wouldn't have gotten into NFT, like fans of Trump that wouldn't have got into NFTs are now getting into NFTs.
Yep.
Because Trump is, but the inverse of that is that there's a lot of people who are complaining about Donald Trump and getting involved in, like, that's the opposite. Like I just showed on the right, they're like, hey, we're looking for hope in this world, not NFTs. But if Donald Trump is successful with this NFT campaign strategy, then what's going to happen is that that's going to onboard a lot of more politicians and
Yep.
celebrities and other people. And they're going to be like, oh yeah, Trump did this and he was really successful. And it is actually kind of smart for all these other reasons. And so not only are we bringing in consumers, we're also going to be bringing in builders.
Yep.
I've written 2 connected political operatives that I've known for the last like 15 years plus. Like, the fact that AOC didn't do this first is fucking on y'all. Fuck off.
I agree, Gary. And I think it's like it normalizes what an NFT is and what an NFT can become to the public. Right? Especially as this campaign, rant picks up a little bit in 2023. I guarantee you, whoever he's going against is going to have to drop a collection, because they're going to want that vote. They're going to want to tap into the new age, the new world that is being built right in front of all of us. It's as clear as day to me.
Yeah, and I think the dangerous part in it is that, I always wonder, just kind of seeing what's happening, whether we are going to see more and more collections that are, shall we say it, fully centralized, right? Because in order to get in, it's not just that you need to get dogs, but you go through such an intense process of KYC that like all your information is out there, which in some ways completely, defies like what the Web3 space stands for. It's really, and it's funny that you mentioned AOC, because AOC went the traditional route and dropped a documentary, and it tanked in the worst of ways. And it literally happened right before Donald Trump had released his NFT. I wonder if there's going to be a discussion about it, but I think that what we're seeing is that old modes of, how, media has worked for political campaigns in general are failing, are miserably failing. And we're moving into this new way of building platforms.
Like, Gary was asking for a music player for NFTs, and like I put a music player inside of a shoe NFT for an album. Like, y'all want the simple stuff, but we want to build magic over here. Like, that's a magical campaign. This is gonna be the meme of the month. It won't stop getting played. And I'm on the left. I used to be on the right. I'm on the left now. This kills me to see this fucking, like, literally just missed opportunity after missed opportunity after missed opportunity. But for the advancement of the technology and the advancement of like what's happening with this minting of identity. You know, he might have poo-pooed cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, but like, no, this isn't cryptocurrencies. This is like him. This is his identity. This is his, like, you know, art. We're in a whole nother level of discussion, and it's fun. And I think that if you're able to be agnostic enough and intelligent enough to, or not even intelligence, it's fucking just be common sense enough to go, hey, he's just leveraging a technology like somebody would leverage email, like somebody would leverage like social media connections, like somebody would leverage an algorithm, and how benign it is, how poisonous it could be if it's written in a certain way, right?
But the people making fun of him are saying, hey, I'm taking, look at me, guys. I have this letter that I'm sending to my grandma. I have this letter from my to pay my car bill. I'm shoving it into my floppy drive of my computer. Look, guys, email isn't working. How stupid is email? I can't shove the letter into my computer and it's not sending. And so all these people are right clicking, you know, laughing at the technology, proverbially putting up.
Hey, some of us left click. If they just understood that, some of us fucking left click. And if they got it into their heads that not everything is right click, some of us left click, and they're leaving us out of the conversation. And the time has come for us to become a left click and right click inclusive. And you know what? Some people even middle click.
I'm sorry. What? I just hopped back on. I was like, okay, we got way off topic. Like,
left click is in Grace ends in 2 months for leftclick.eth.
Yo, why you announcing this to our 100 viewers right now? That's like the person that was renewing grace periods yesterday for the Mother of All Grails. Oh my god, that conversation! I got so mad. I got so freaking mad. I hope it was nobody on this call, but oh my god.
I want those names to drop. I want, and then I don't want anyone to talk about those. I want to buy some of those.
Julio, you haven't given your opinion.
Dude, that's like
we were just like, oh my god. But what are you feeling?
So like, I feel like you could have done so much for a $45 sale to somebody, right? Like you buy an ENS from somebody that's selling it for $45, and you help them. You look at somebody that has zero activity on ENS Vision. You see that they're selling something for 0.05, and you buy it from them, versus renewing a bunch of names, a bunch of grails for somebody that fucking could own a Ferrari that has sex.eth, Tesla.eth, Lexus.eth, IRS.eth. Like, do you think that person needs renewals for free? Like, oh my god, that just drives me nuts.
I don't know the background of the story, but so I just have to say out there, there's a small chance the person that renewed the names doesn't understand ENS, and maybe they thought, oh, if I renew this, then it's going to go to my wallet, right? Some people do ask that question who are very, very new.
No, she went ahead. You know that Zero is always posting like one act of kindness, blah blah blah. So she quoted Zero. She said like, oh, one act of kindness. I wish somebody would do this for me in the future, blah blah blah. And I'm like, wait, what? And then she posted the transaction hash so that people can see, and she tagged Zero like, hey, I did something of kindness. I'm like, dude, there's like a million other people that could receive this kindness. And also, like, there's people that have zero grails and are actually waiting for these to come on the market and get a chance to buy them, and you're like renewing it to the billionaire or millionaire for free. That just
don't assume status, right? Don't assume status.
We have Frederick on the line.
I know the owner of that IRS, and I know
Yo.
Be billionaires.
What's up, everyone?
Hey, what's up, Thread Girl?
All good. Bro, I totally agree with you. Like, that was, I don't know, why would you spend money to renew someone's grails, but like, it's not someone who is in need of renewal or needs cash or whatever, right? I don't know. I don't get it.
He even has Spanish grails. He has Bueno. He has Vista. Like, look at that. Like that first word with a W there. I don't want to say it here. in respect
but
of the women. But oh my God,
I would say something just to take a step back and provide a different perspective. It is an act of kindness, right? We say one act of kindness, renewing somebody's growl who probably forgot, who probably wasn't paying attention, is an act of kindness. Whether that person, you get what I'm saying?
Coffee.
Kevin, that to me is like walking down the most expensive neighborhood, right? You walk past the homeless people, you walk past the poor people, and then you go into the rich person's driveway and you're like, hey, I want to pay your rent for a month. Do you want to do that? Oh yeah, that's great. Awesome. Super kind. Yeah. And then the homeless guy's like looking at her with the hand like that, like, hey, like give me a quarter.
Maybe it's an investment,
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, she paid the gas to see if she could get a Ferrari after. That's how I see it. Like, oh, let me pay a little bit of gas for this person to see if they ever like, hey, I want to gift you this grail because I saw you did that for me once.
Thanks. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like I've done the same thing. Definitely done the same thing. Only because maybe it is an act of kindness, or maybe it's an investment. Who knows what that will. Who knows what that actually will do in the future for her? Like maybe she's investing into this right now so that later on, when they see the transaction, they're going to be like, huh, that was kind. Let me help this person out. So, yeah, and it's all on the blockchain.
I think it's self-preservation. I see it differently.
Can I say something? I want to give a shout out to this girl. And if you're hearing us right now, I got a huge bag of 3 letters that are about to go into the fucking garbage. Do me and this.
That was funny. Yes,
You've
same for me too.
You've changed.
So I just wanted to say, I'm looking at their wallet on OpenSea. This looks like garbage. This is a someone saying contact him. Same person saying contact him. This is probably garbage. This is probably
Those
garbage.
are all
This is probably
fucking
garbage. This is
airdrops.
probably
They're all
garbage.
airdrops.
Yeah, this one might not be an airdrop, only in America. And let me check.
Garbaggio.
And neither
Yeah,
are
so-
the unstoppable.
my point is this. So I feel funny, haha. I don't know if I feel funny is like his account or if he just like gave it to him. But this where is it? This other one, this wine.crypto, he had to buy this. And this is valuable. Even though you guys know I think .crypto's more on the garbage side. Wine.crypto, I mean it's still wine.crypto. You can still have an IPFS website, you can still have it route. Yeah, it's totally garbage, but it's
I
clean.
got rug 2.coins, Gary. I don't want to talk about it on air because we'll get the channel rugged.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason I bring it up is because I see it was transferred 9 months ago. So because I was wondering, hey, is this guy dead? Because it's a real thing. People die, they lose their keys, and the NFTs in their wallets are there forever. And so it's very possible he doesn't have access to this wallet anymore. But 9 months ago, this account did transfer this to this account. So this could be his vault, and this could be his burner account.
It could be engagement farming.
No, he doesn't communicate with anybody. He's not engagement farming. I mean, you have to like communicate with us. So this one was 2 years ago. So I don't know.
No.
It doesn't really make sense.
This is crazy. This is absolute nonsense. I think it's, I don't know. I'm going nuts. I was livid. I was like, oh my God, what? Sorry. I'll let.
I mean, I always say, I think there is a difference between being a strategic, business owner, if you kind of want to call it that way, and doing strategic moves. And then for that, 100%, because the whoever the owner of that wallet is has a lot of money, has a lot of grails. They have the resources to then recognize like who have done those acts of kindness. And then there's a part of me that's saying, don't model up strategy with selfless act of kindness, and that's, I think, where we are. Like, strategically, I think it was a great move. But then I think that the post saying, hey, I did this act of kindness, it just, it doesn't show the right kind of, I don't like to say, right or wrong, like, but it just doesn't show that intent, right? And so this is, I think, like, where the two don't necessarily add up. And I think that if you are doing an act of kindness, like, we have this thing on Twitter where it's like, hey, I've done an act of kindness. But if you, like, really break it down, an act of kindness is going and buying a meal to a homeless person and not bragging about it, because you don't need to brag about it. It's like, if you want to do kindness in the world, that's who you are, that's what you do. I think that if you then post it, right, then maybe it's just for recognition, maybe you just want everybody to know that you're a kind person, or maybe it's simply for publicity. And I'm not judging either, because if you're running your own business, like, being a master of publicity is very, very, very important. But then don't try to sell this for this, right?
Yeah, that's the part that irks me, right? Because if it really was an act of kindness, maybe it looks different. And I don't want to tell people what to do. As a business move, I think it's brilliant, right? But if it is a business move, then don't promote it as an act of kindness, right? That's my thing. Maybe, you just keep quiet and people notice, and then that's different than you actually promoting it. And then people being able to, like, pick out what happened. I'm sure if you put a post of, like, I'm about to buy a $50 ENS name for anybody that puts it under my thread, there's going to be a bunch of people putting, like, I'm selling this for $50. And then you buy it from somebody. You don't have to even like the name. You buy it, you give it away. And that's an act of kindness for me.
Can I add one more thing? That we're forgetting the Twitter part, okay? The cloud engagement farming shit. I'm not talking about that person, right? Because, like, I have no idea why they did what they did, and I don't want to be talking about anyone. But in general, bro, Twitter is Web3. It is the metaverse that we talk about, right? This is where we make our connections. This is where we communicate and shit like that. And like, do not underestimate how can I say this? And like, do not underestimate how good or a big part it is to have more Twitter acknowledgement, or more Twitter followers, or more make more friends in there and shit like that. You know what I mean?
I think we've devalued the word kindness in the context of influencer marketing and trends, and it's important to understand when something is worn out and we move on to redefine the value as what it is, right? And if you identify what you just said, like, yeah, a social media clout and how people operate is the MO here. Cool. Then you can also then be cynical about it and look at it as possibly marketing, possibly like, hey, this would get attention, this would go viral. You can be as cynical as you want now, like, because we don't even know who the other person is on the other side, really. Maybe they actually own those wallets, right? Like, they're clearly in the space. These things go back a couple years, like Gary just showed us on the blockchain, right? And at the end of the day, it's up to us to look at what the system enables us to do as a community, and then exhort our judgment on that. But I love the idea that you can go and renew a domain for someone, right? Just from a security perspective, like, if I lose access to a wallet, I can keep it alive in some way, shape, or form. But, like, it could be just this person's way of doing delivering a pizza to Shigeru Miyamoto, right? Which was a story I was told was done by the early Q Games team, or like what became the people who did Star Fox. Like they got in touch with Miyamoto by delivering him a pizza with a note inside of it because he loved pizzas. Like this is the same thing, right? Could be that too. It's an airdrop at the end of the day. It's just a way to get into that space, and in this case, I think it succeeded because here we're talking about it. Julio got mad about it, so sucker.
Yeah, from that strategy standpoint, it's genius. I'm just, if you're going to use that strategy, then you also have to be willing to hear people when they get mad and call you out. So that's what I'm doing, But yeah, if it was a strategy, it was very effective. Yo, ETH is below 1,200.
They said this is the market bottom.
Now they'll convert some of that PayPal money to ETH.
Can we talk about that? PayPal and MetaMask. Jeez. Like, that is big. That is big.
And if PayPal uses MetaMask, and if MetaMask uses ENS, that means PayPal is using ENS.
Yeah. So going back to this Ethereum chart that Gary has on the screen, Ethereum is down 7% this week compared to the other top coins, with the exception of BNB. But I heard that they were going to start allowing for withdrawals pretty soon for the stakers of Ethereum. So I think the landscape and what's going on with the SEC only recognizing Bitcoin as a commodity, which inversely relates to ETH being considered potentially a security. I think ETH, I don't want to FUD, but I think ETH will go lower than it is now, because maybe those stakers that are going to be taking their rewards as income and finally unstaking them, they might potentially sell. What do you guys think about that?
The main market is down as well, and you have to look up there first.
I definitely think things are going lower. I mean, we are, just allegedly starting a recession, and I have no reason to believe that we're not going to hit a recession in like the normal world, the not crypto world, right? The world. We're going to hit this recession, and when that happens, what does that mean? That means interest rates are going to go up, and it's kind of funny in a sad way, because interest rates are going to go up and then it's going to cause a recession instead of causing a recession and interest rates going up. But either way, recession is going to happen and interest rates are going to go up, which means money is going to be more expensive, which means, people are going to lose their jobs. People are going to, need money to pay. Even if they don't lose their jobs, they need extra money to pay the extra interest. And if they do lose their jobs, they're going to need money to pay their bills and the extra interest. And so when they need that money, then they're going to be, selling stocks, selling gold, selling whatever they got, including crypto. And so if the next year is a bear market and people need money, people are going to, cash out, and they're going to drop grails, Grail, like let it be Decentraland or Apes stuff or ENS names, right? They're going to be selling. And so then if Bitcoin goes down, I mean, the staker thing is one thing. I'm like, staker stuff aside, if the market goes down and people sell Bitcoin and people sell all cryptocurrency, like everything's going down more. And maybe crypto does the exact opposite. You know what I mean? But everything in the past we've seen, every time the world economy was affected and crypto was supposed to do the opposite, according to some people, Bitcoin went down with the rest of the world, right? Bitcoin hit $3,000. The whole world dropped, and Bitcoin dropped, and everything else dropped. And yeah, we hit the bottom, and then it went way, way, way high. But I'd be really, and then if that's true, meaning not that somebody said it, because everyone always says it, but if it's true, like it actually could have happened, and the stakers can pull out their money, and you compound the fact that, I put in, 32 Ethereum, and now I have like lots more money. I can spend some of this money for holidays. I could spend this money to pay my taxes. I could spend this money because the economy is shit. That's going to cause more price pressure down. I mean, there's a lot of risk, right? People shouldn't be spending money that they can't afford to lose. And at the same time, people shouldn't be, I don't think people should be selling if they don't have to sell. Because if you sell, you're creating a taxable event, at least in America.
Wasn't most of this at a higher dollar value anyway? Like, why would you would assume they're holding that until next bull run?
Yeah, but you also got to think about the staking started back in December 2020 when ETH was like $600. So a lot of people will still, regardless, get a taxable event once that staking unlocks. Once that staking unlocks, that's ordinary income. And ordinary income has to pay taxes when it's earned. So they'll still have to pay that. It's like an airdrop, basically. It's similar. So if they do get it in 2022, which I doubt, that would create more income for them, and maybe selling would offset that, and they could buy in and just start a new thing with that.
Yeah, giving people the option to push a red button is extremely scary, because people, as sure as the sun's going to come up tomorrow, people will push that red button. If you give somebody a sell button, they will sell. You give someone a deposit button, they will deposit. And a lot of people have been itching for that ETH staking sell button. I haven't heard that they're going to be, letting people do withdrawals yet, but yeah, I mean, I don't see how that would be anything other than sell pressure.
Yeah. And also I wanted to, make sure we consider some differences from the prior bull market and bear market. And one is the consensus layer of proof of stake. So now essentially Ethereum is issuing way less tokens than it was back then. And essentially in a bear market, it becomes way more deflationary because of the high traffic. So I think the issuance going down might not necessarily have Bitcoin and Ethereum following the same trend they have in the previous years, but I think the sell pressure will be a big factor this time around. And also the macroeconomic things that are happening. Like Gary said, the interest rates are high now, but when I think in the 80s, they were above 10%. And I think it's going to go up there for the real estate market. And I expect more sell pressure from all angles.
Yeah, it's a good point about the deflationary aspect of Ethereum now, which I think if less people are using Ethereum, then it can become inflationary again a little bit, or less deflationary, if you will. But if we're in a bear market, and like we sort of are, and people continue to using Ethereum heavily, like they sort of are, then it's going to continue to be deflationary, which is going to be much more beneficial for Ethereum than Bitcoin, because it doesn't matter if it's a bull market or a bear market. Every 10 minutes right now, what is it? We have a 6.25 Bitcoin that are produced, right? 6.25 Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's 1.7% inflation per year versus 0.004% of the ETH supply and growing. So ever since the proof of work switched to POS, proof of work would have minted 1 million Ethereum additionally into the ETH into the market, and only 1,000 of the supply has increased. So
yeah, but it's not just that. It's not just the fact that Ethereum is deflationary and Bitcoin is inflationary, right? And for anyone listening, you might think, oh, Bitcoin is still producing new Bitcoin, which means until we hit 21 million Bitcoin is inflating. Okay. And so every 10 minutes at current prices of like 17,000 and 6.25 Bitcoin every 10 minutes, there's over $100,000 in Bitcoin is being made every 10 minutes. Right. And so more Bitcoin is being created, less Ethereum is being created, but that's not the only variable. The other variable is that proof of stake costs $0 to do, assuming you already have the dollars to stake. Proof of work, they have to take that $100,000 in new Bitcoin every 10 minutes, and they have to take a huge percentage of that, and they are forced to spend it. They have to spend it. to pay their electricity bill. Where even if there was new Ethereum being created on proof of stake, they're not forced. They only sell it if they feel like it. They don't have to pay their bills because they don't have any bills. Their electricity bill is like $10 a year to run their staking node. So they don't have sell pressure. You know, they don't really have extra Ethereum, and they don't have sell pressure to sell Ethereum.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gary, because yeah, a few people know about this, right? But when you have a blockchain and you're processing transactions and validating them, you're actually selling block space. And the only profitable blockchain from the top ones is Ethereum. Bitcoin loses a bunch of money if you compare the emissions versus what it pays to miners. It actually loses a lot more money than it generates. And Ethereum is the only one that's profitable right now. Yeah, I love the emoji faces that Wizard is giving me. So yeah, I think that's important and something to consider.
Some of these Bitcoiners are monks. They just want to get to compute. You're talking nonsense about this dollar value stuff.
It's also usage as well. And so if we go to cryptofees.info, you know, and real quick, in the height of ENS summer, it's not here now for one reason or another, or maybe it was a different one. But in the height of ENS summer, there's a bunch of screenshots where ENS was creating more fees, more revenue for the ENS DAO than all of Bitcoin was doing for Bitcoin. And even now, right? Like Uniswap is just one little app. I mean, it's a big app, but it's just one little app. It's one little big app. Shout out to Little Big. Little big app on Ethereum. And Uniswap is doing more fees than Bitcoin. I mean, BNB is doing more fees than Bitcoin. Obviously, Ethereum is doing more fees than Bitcoin because it's getting more fees. 2.7 million per day versus a few $100,000 in fees for, you know, so it's like only $2.5 million more.
And that's pre-utility mass adoption, like what Web3 and ENS and ETH websites and the whole ecosystem can do.
Man, look at Polygon way down here. I guess Polygon's cheap though.
Yeah, remember, Polygon doesn't need to rely on security and decentralization from itself. They rely on layer one, the god of all blockchains, Ethereum.
Is that
Well,
true?
I mean, the foundation invested
That's
in
not
it.
true. I mean, is that true? I don't know if that's true. I mean, Polygon is its own layer one.
Yeah, but they're transitioning, and they've had different phases. They were their own. They had their own nodes for a while, kind of like Axie Infinity, but as they get bigger and Ethereum moves towards the modular blockchain, they're integrating that, and it's part of their roadmap and ZK rollups and all these ZK sync and stuff like that. Maybe Mago Wizard knows more about it. Yeah, he doesn't like the tropes.
Yeah, I would be interested in reading more about how what I'm hearing you say that Polygon is going to be shifting to Ethereum security. I mean, my understanding of Polygon is that Polygon is its own layer one. A lot of us consider Polygon as a layer two, but it's not a layer two, at least traditionally speaking. Polygon is its own layer one. And in terms of, you know, speed and cost and decentralization, my understanding is that Polygon sacrifices decentralization by having admin keys. And so, yeah, if they use Ethereum for more security, I would want to know what parts of Ethereum security are they using, and do they have admin keys over that or not? Or is it, you know, more the same? I like Polygon for scaling. I like Polygon that it is EMV based. I like Polygon that it works really well with Ethereum. I like Polygon because I think the future is multi-chain. And I think it's going to be important for someone that has a website to be operable across multiple chains, assuming that they're all EMV, right? And then in terms of receiving something from a Bitcoin blockchain or sending something to a Bitcoin blockchain or app on a Bitcoin blockchain, they can use things like they can use things like ENS and CCIP, cross-chain interoperability protocol between those two chains. But Polygon does have admin keys, right? I can't not say that Polygon doesn't have admin keys. But until I find out otherwise.
Yeah, so Polygon has multiple steps in the roadmap, and as Ethereum grows, the modular blockchain thesis, which it wasn't, Ethereum was always a layer 1 protocol that was monolithic, which means that they do everything on the same layer. And now, as they expanded to proof of stake for the consensus mechanism. And then the next step is bringing out sharding and ZK rollups, which is opening more lanes so that gas fees can be reduced and so that layer 2 companies can build on top of Ethereum without having to worry about their native token being deflationary or losing value. They can just worry about scaling and providing cheap transaction fees because they pay Ethereum for that layer 1, and then they're issuing their tokens, and that's how they generate money for their ecosystem. Hey, what's up, Steven?
What's up, Steve?
Yeah, everybody.
Killer.eth in the house. Unmute.
I was about to say, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you guys not hear me?
I think you're still muted, Steven. I can't hear you. No, I was messing with you. You were good.
Okay.
They're totally trolling you.
I deserve that completely on every level. And it's mostly because I'm late. But GM to everybody nonetheless. And Wizard, I've been seeing your thumbs down constantly. And I just want you to know I appreciate that it translates. There it is.
But yeah, to your point, Gary, I think right now they are more of a self-entity, right? They don't rely on Ethereum. They have their own nodes. They have their own keys and stuff. So to your point, right now it's not the way that it's going to be based on the roadmap. So I definitely agree. We're not there yet.
Yeah, but like you were saying, it is EMV based, right? And all these EMV blockchain. EVM, yeah. Dyslexia, my bad. EVM, virtual machine, not machine virtual. Ethereum virtual machine, which is why Ethereum sits on top.
He was doing it for the Spanish audience, Julio, and you're such an ass that you corrected him, bro.
I know. That's me. I'm the asshole. I'm always an asshole. That's how I am.
Yeah, well, now we're going to get into a fight. We're going to cause some YouTube drama. We're going to 10x our views. And then we're going to drink beers together.
Yes to drama. Come on, bring it.
Yo, we got 13 people in the house. Thank you for joining. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to mintingcoins.eth. Let's go.
Yeah, there's more too. Those are only people on YouTube. There's more people if you count people watching on Twitch and Facebook and Twitter and wherever. Yeah, thanks for everybody. I like I said, we're gonna have these conversations regardless of the fact that people show up means a lot. We really say what we think, and we appreciate other people supporting us because we want to communicate with other people like us. We don't want to communicate for the censors. We don't want to communicate for, people with power who are building, or incumbents with power who are building, right? It's like, I want to work with them professionally. I'm a professional person. I work in Web 2 and I want to work in Web 3. I want to work with people in Web 3. I want to communicate professionally, but I think in Web 3, we got to have public conversations. I think in Web 3, we got to have transparency. I think in Web 3, it's uncomfortable because it's different, but I think this is important and that we're honest and, it's helped me realize a lot of things, right? It's like I've been realizing all of us self-censor. We all, as a functional human being, will self-censor, right? You're not going to just say everything that comes into your brain. I think they made a movie about that. It's not a good, it's like a disease, and everybody believes in censorship, to some degree. There's something that you don't feel should be shared, online because it crosses your moral boundaries, and everybody has a moral boundary somewhere on the spectrum. And so, you know, it is important that we have these conversations and we aren't too absolutists, right? We can't just say, yeah, we want zero censorship, or yeah, we want zero self-censorship, you know? Yeah, we're not going to name any names. We're not going to point any fingers. Zero X Wizard. I see a figure pointed at him. Is he frozen? I think he's frozen. He's on mute.
I'm asking GPT-3 if the Ethereum Foundation had anything to do with the foundation of the Matic network, and GPT-3 is informing me that no, they're not affiliated at all with the Ethereum Foundation, which is some of the story that comes from like some of their spaces and marketing materials sometimes. So just checking in on the truth, letting you know that AI.
See what it says. See what it says. Are you using GPT-3 or GPT chat?
Chat.
Okay, because keep in mind that for you pro AI prompters out there, GPT-3 is different than GPT chat. And so you definitely want to be using both of them. And what I've been finding myself doing is bouncing between the two. I'll do one thing in one place, and then I have to go to the other to get the more sophisticated answer. But it seems as if GPT-3 has access to more data. It seems as if GPT-3 has access to Twitter, where GPT chat does not have access to Twitter. And so if I want to ask it about somebody on Twitter, I'll use GPT-3. And then when I want to then I'll take that information maybe. Then I don't want to tell you exactly what I'm doing in this world. But there was a pivot there somewhere. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, ask it about its connection, Ethereum Foundation to ENS. Because it'll be interesting to see what, you know, just to compare responses. It should say something along the lines of how the EF gave like a grant, like between 100,000 and $1 million or something. I'm not sure, like, because Vitalik might have topped it off either himself or Vitalik topped it off through the Ethereum Foundation or something. But there was that grant.
I think it was like $1 million.
Yeah, it got increased. It was less than $1 million, then it got increased to $1 million.
I think it was half, and then they doubled it.
Yeah.
And I'm not using Chat GPT, by the way.
Yeah.
I think I was in a space this week, and one of the early founders was talking about it. I can't remember who.
Trust Chat.
That's okay.
I mean, it's good. I think it's good for people to sort of see what's coming and get some experience, because it's definitely coming. And we're not always going to have the same level of access that we have today. People need to remember that OpenAI is neither open nor public company. So, which means that they're a closed private company, just to spell it out. I could spell it out more, but I think you get it. Yeah, so a lot of things. It's cool that the Ethereum found, and let me tell you guys, DevCon was great in Bogota, and I liked the Ethereum Foundation before. I love the Ethereum Foundation now. I think it's great. I think like they are totally focused on what's right in blockchain and decentralization and immutability and this whole philosophy they have of subtraction and, you know, them focusing on their core skills and their core, where they can be the core benefit to their community from their perspective, and not them, you know, silo grabbing this and this and this and this and this and making themselves like this honeypot of like total power and domination. Big things. And now we see ENS sponsoring social media companies to leverage ENS and Ethereum, right? So now there's two different companies out there, DAOs, organizations that are doing that. And yes, I for as much as I do talk about the risks of the future of us losing decentralization, which are still valid and still real and still a decent probability, it's not 100% probability. There's like major things and major actions and major people who believe what we believe, they're just not vocal about it, right? They are high level people that believe concepts and ideas that I share here more openly, and they believe maybe more than I believe because they're at such a level they see it. And you know, I see them taking these actions. It's super encouraging.
I'd like to even say that when we talk about doing like ENS events and stuff like that, we should be talking about doing events at ETH Foundation. That's where ENS should be at, like versus them have separate
Well, they
gatherings.
were. No, ENS was like, you cannot think about DevCon Bogota. I forget if it's like 6 or 7 or what the hell the number was, but you cannot talk about DevCon this year without talking about ENS.
Oh,
Like,
right,
they are-
right.
they are
Yeah, yeah.
inextricably linked forever because like the fire marshal shut ENS down at DevCon because they had a line wrapped around the entire floor of people that wanted to get into the ENS line and get these POAP cards from IYK that had your ENS name on it. They had your ENS PFP on it. They had a near frequency chip embedded in it. And so people would just touch phone to card, right? And you would get their POAP. If you go check out my POAPs, I got like, 50 or 100 or whatever, just connecting with people. And it's really hard to connect with a lot of people at a conference unless you're just like, scan my POAP. Then you get like 30 seconds with them. But yeah, but it was like really fun. It was really cool. Yeah. Zero X doesn't want that many bodies on his POAP list. But no, it was just really, really cool. And it was funny because Unstoppable Domains did a DevCon review. And they did like an honorable mention. They were like, this was great, this was great, this was great. And they were like, honorable mentions these things and honorable mention to ENS. And it was just like every person there had an ENS badge around their neck. And every single person there was talking about these badges. And, and so yeah, ENS had like a wildly huge presence with the Ethereum because DevCon is the official conference of the Ethereum Foundation. Right? Like there's ETH Denver and there's like things all over the world, and they're not the official, there's like ETH Paris and those aren't the official Ethereum Foundation. The official Ethereum Foundation conference is ETH Denver. Or I'm sorry, I misspoke. The official Ethereum Foundation conference is DevCon.
Yeah, I really hope that in the upcoming, year or two, we get to see some better, I'm going to use the word marketing for the lack of a better word, but really building more visibility for ENS. Because I always say, like we're in this little bubble, and so you don't need to market to us. Like we're sold, we're in, but there's a whole bunch of other people. And right now, majority of the onboarding really happens by us, like one by one, talking to people through these channels, through YouTube, through Twitter Spaces, through meeting with business owners. And it's like, hey, have you heard about ENS? Hey, have you heard about ENS? What Unstoppable have done from, day one was to have a huge marketing push. And so even right now, for people that hear somewhere about, decentralized domains, and they're going to go in, they're going to type that into Google, like they come up. And for somebody who isn't educated, who hasn't been through the process of onboarding, like they're going to say, oh, these are the official domain names of Web3. And so I'm really hoping, I know that they had hired a whole bunch of new people, but I'm really hoping that they reach not just, within, like I said, our little bubble, because everybody that goes into those conferences is already in a little bubble, but they actually reach, like outside of that bubble and have so much more visibility and really drive content and really drive engagement and really have like the whole onboarding process down. That's what they were talking about it. I want to see it because I think that's going to make the biggest difference when that adoption curve is going to start, climbing, because I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen, right, is people get onboarded through Unstoppable, which is just tragic.
One man's tragic is another man's despicable. Friends don't let friends use Unstoppable.
You're a good friend.
Yeah, let's make some merch.
I was gonna say, can somebody put that on a shirt or a tote?
Yeah, well, we do have Minting Coins merch store coming. We're gonna have the best crypto shirts out there.
I had easyaf.coin, and the whole incubator that I just applied for is for this project, and I don't have that domain anymore, right? Like, or at least I can't like use it within their parameters. They could rug me on stuff, so it's upsetting, you know. Like, that's just not. If you're not selling something that's unstoppable, then what are you selling, bro?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta keep on going. You gotta keep on fighting. You gotta keep on thinking. A lot of people, like, you know, they get tired of being in the water after a while. You know, they're like, you know, waiting for something to happen. And you know, we have to be the thing that happens. And yeah, everything can't be like 100% exciting every day either. You know what I mean? Even though there's a lot of exciting things happening. Zero Expert is like, I will make it exciting. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like you can't be dependent on external stimulation. Okay, so again, Zero X Wizard is negating what I'm saying. but that desire. All right, change the topic. Stephen Miller.
Steven is my hero. Can I just say?
Yeah. I think Steve, are you already starting your own business, or can we get into a business together where we mass produce those and sell those on Amazon?
Oh man, this was just the earliest prototype I've got. So I mean, absolutely. I'm always looking to, you know, extend the side hustle. So consider this my vote of confidence. Yes, we'll do this together. That's so funny. Yeah, no, we talked about this on Wednesday for like a minute. It's just like you feel like when you're on this, you need those, you know, emoji reacts. Well, damn it, I'm gonna print them. That's how we're gonna get through it, man.
I mean, 100%. You know, it's. I always say the coolest time to be in the space is right now, because a lot of the tools haven't been built out, and so we kind of like take little pieces and we like patch it together, and it kind of in between, that's where the genius is born, right? Like between those little things, like this is going to be a part of you know, live streaming and all of that, especially what we have seen with emojis. But right now we have little post-its that just go Duke. I mean, it's perfect.
It really is genius. I mean, I look at it, I see $1 million idea, which is not a lot of money in today's inflation standards, but everybody will spend $10 or $9.90, and we could do Twitter ads or something. Yeah, I mean, I think you got something going on there. I mean, yeah, those aren't copywritten, like they're open source, so you can totally do that. Shit, it's got to already be done. We went to Amazon. No,
I mean, it's probably already done, just poorly.
Yeah, there's a bunch of emoji merch farms.
Physical, yeah.
Some of them are copywritten, depending on the platform that they're coming from. Which is something that
yeah, you're right. Yeah, every organization has their own interpretation on the emoji.
Yeah, I don't think you can take emoji just as it is, but you might be able to
rework it. Yeah, you just have to have an artistry to it.
Homogenize it. That's
a good thing.
That's no, you have to re-emoji. Re-emojize.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good word.
You can have a whole business model where I'm like, hey, I'll recreate your emojis, right? Like I'll personalize your emoji domain and make them copyrightable, trademarkable, right? like that. That's a whole business right there, turnkey.
I'm waiting for the first viewer to comment. I just minted, emojinize it, or whatever the Ada was saying.
I mean, we already have jargon for it within the ENS world. We can simply just start referring to it as like our ETH emojis. They haven't been like authenticated or anything by the Emojipedia, but you could. I'm just kidding. Wizard says no, you couldn't.
When they shut down the Discord and we've all moved away from that apparatus, then I'll re-accept the word ETHmoji in my lexicon.
Okay, so can I pose a question? Because I think it almost seems like the right point. There's been a absolute ton of just disdain and anger across the last 24 hours for what's going on Twitter. Everybody already hates Discord to begin with. My question to you guys is, are you making the move to Mastodon? Is there an actual like way to create a bigger and better community for us over there?
Happened on Twitter.
Say again?
Happened on Twitter.
So across the last like 24 hours, Elon banned a ton of reporters. And it's just been an absolute wave. People have I mean, there was
unbanned them though, right?
Say again?
He has since unbanned them.
This is an Elon problem.
And this and he also I mean, if I understand this correctly, he because there's I hear like depending on like there's different ways people look at the same thing, right? And I just want to give the benefit of the doubt to like what I'm understanding of the situation. And so Elon has Elon has a plane, and there were certain people that were sharing real-time information of his plane, and he's looking at that as sort of like harmful information, because if someone had a tracker on my car and they said, hey, Gary just left his house, hey, Gary's now at like, this restaurant, hey, Gary is like headed back to his house right now, and that was literally posted on Twitter every time I literally did something like that, that shit would be like freaky, right? And me back, I don't know if you guys remember Foursquare, but I had this friend with a crazy girlfriend, and I was like the Foursquare mayor everywhere. And she knew that he hung out with me a lot. And I was like checking into a place. And then she shows up and this is like downtown, no food places around, high rise, like, 13 to 15 story building, and so she's like outside, it was crazy girlfriend time. We're kind of younger back in those 4-day days or Foursquare days, but like I tweeted where I was and she showed up, right? And so I learned really early, so and I mean, and before Elon Musk was banning people, when Twitter 1.0, the previous people, I mean, they were banning people all the time, journalists, medical professionals, crypto people, not telling us why, not helping us get our account back. And so I'm just comparing that and contrasting that. Now we have Elon banning people because they're doing real-time doxing information, telling them why they're getting banned, and then immediately letting them come back unbanned.
Well, my thing is, if you're going to preach, this is going to be the only free speech platform or free speech, then you can't just go banning people. Yeah, I get this is whatever excuse he says, but free speech is free speech. Free speech means whatever they say, however they say it, who they say it to is free speech, right? So I think he contradicts himself there a little bit. I do understand me personally. He also said a story about how some dudes try to follow him home, ended up being his son X in the car, and they started jumping on the hood. Thank God it wasn't a more crazy person who had a gun or something try to assassinate him. But I get it, but just don't say this is going to be an all free speech platform when it's not in reality.
But did he ever really say that? Because he said he believes in free speech, but he's also said he wants to cut out the noise at the 10 or 20% of the left and the 10 or 20% of the right. And I've been talking about it a lot recently, even before all this, is that we all believe in self-censorship a little bit. we all believe in censorship a little bit, right? Like me saying I believe in free speech, and I'm kind of a free speech maximalist. I'm kind of a Web3 maximalist. I actually think about, if ENS wins and Web3 wins, what does that mean for the people who I do not like? You know, the people that cross my moral boundaries, which I think are actually pretty reasonable. We all have these lines, right? And so free speech doesn't mean there's no lines. It's just before people would say the wrong word, right? I don't want to say the words in the stream because we could say we can give some swear words, but there's other words that could have been, that we could say, and this could this whole channel could get like boom, just like killed, live stream gone, right? Yeah, we're not gonna say those words. Save it for the private stream, and that's what free speech is, like being able to say like words, and being able to say things that upset people without promoting hate.
Bro, man, I'm a free speech maximalist, as you, Gary. I think everyone knows that about me, right? But like stalking people in real time, this isn't about free. This is fucking stalking. Real stalking, could lead to violence and whatever. Like someone could actually get hurt. On the other hand, I've said this from day one, bro. Elon Musk running Twitter is not a good thing. Any power in the hands of one man is not a good thing. People get corrupted and people get influenced by their own opinions, which they have every right to. Okay, he owns the platform. He can do whatever the hell he wants with it. If he doesn't want to see me speak, he can ban me, and he will ban me. Maybe not now. Now I'm no one, right? Maybe in the future he's gonna ban someone else. You know what I'm saying? So that, take that aside. But apart from that, man, I must say I am enjoying seeing the 1% elite people. We're not gonna say any swear words here, but I am enjoying seeing them like crawl like cockroaches, because they had the upper hand for such a long time. And yeah, bro, I know my thoughts concerning this are contradictory in a way, but it is what it is. Sorry, Wizard. I know you wanted to speak.
No. This is amazing, and my position changes as I hear things too. But look, I think that there is a fine line that Elon still got very blurry between user Elon, right, and boss man Elon, in the current scenario, right? Like having the centralized power of Twitter's systems, which he and many others have called the global town square, and it's part of human history, political movements, literally recent events. Like this is such a powerful channel that I think he's still blurring the line and learning how to blur that line. But that's all it is. This is a personal issue, right? And it's his personal issue with these folks. It comes across as he's doing it on Twitter, but he has provided literally the correct chain of information to go like, hey, no, this is I banned you for breaking a rule, right? And you can conflate it with my control of Twitter and your privacy and free speech. I may have been in a different position before when I said in the tweeted record, right, that I was even okay with this dude, but now I'm not because of these things. He has the right to change his position in the same way that we do, especially with access to more information on that side. Now, that said, I don't mean to say like he's
he's the right guy for it. But I like to go as far as like, you know, he's the only guy, because before that, Twitter was being, to me, just as abused. You just didn't have, you know, the one person to point at if you weren't in the ecosystem. Elon is famous outside of Twitter. He's got that global brand. Jack Dorsey doesn't. You know, all the CEOs that came before it didn't.
Jack Dorsey has egg in his face now too, because
Yeah,
Jack
bro,
Dorsey told us
100%.
everything. He told us directly to our face that he wasn't shadow banning, that he
Lying.
wasn't canceling, that he wasn't shutting people off. He said it on Joe Rogan's show, you know, like just as in very plain words. He said it in press releases, and we, you know, so it's just very difficult, you know. And trust is a big deal. We're in Web3. We know trust is a big deal. Yeah, so I just wanted to like show, like, just see what Tim Pool is saying, polarizing figure in the space. Jack Sweeney, who runs this Elon Musk plane tracker, he's just posting here that he was not posting public information, right? If you're posting public information, then that's free speech. It's public information, public knowledge. There shouldn't be anything wrong with posting public information. But he wasn't posting public information. He was posting private information, because Elon has a PIA, which is a system that uses to protect the privacy of entities using private aircraft. And so essentially this website and these journalists weren't posting public information, they were posting private information. And so Kev for King, does that change?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Because like I totally agree like with the sentiment, and it's like really confusing for me because, right, I like all these people and are saying that he's going against free speech, and I don't want that, because yeah, just because I like some things about Elon Musk doesn't mean that I like everything. It is, you know, it is interesting to consider how he's like a private government worker, you know. The government pays his salary, part of his salary at Neuralink. The government pays part of his salary at Tesla. The government pays part of his salary at SpaceX. Let's say he self-censors issues of China because it's outside of his business interests. You know, there's a lot there, right? And so we can't just like be blind fools. We have to be honest with ourselves, and so when people are saying, yeah, he's doing this anti-free speech stuff, I don't like hearing that. But at the same time, I'm thinking about it, it's like, damn, I don't want someone to put a tracker in my car and tweet all this stuff. And like, but if it's public information, then no one should stop public information from being public, because Twitter's a public town square. But it's like this back and forth in our brains. It's like driving us crazy. And then I find out he's actually not posting public information. He's posting private information real time, not just private information in real time. And so there's like all this nuance, and like 24/7, the mainstream media on Twitter or otherwise, they're saying one thing, and it's like all of us have to do all this research, and you know, not everybody has like a couple hours a day to do this research.
The research is a red herring, right? Because like it's already happening, the stuff that we're researching in real time. Like this is like somebody doing stuff, but like it's pretty insane to me that he can't run for president, right? Like he can't be that political figure, but he can yet be the most political figure like right now by owning this platform, because this platform has been at the center of human politics since like forever now. And it's not going anywhere, right? So to me, I mean, I'll be as cynical as saying that like he paid $44 billion and that's a deal to become the president of the internet. And right now he's just learning how to wield that power. But that's exactly what I'm thinking when it comes to this stuff, because, you know, he's got the power. He's abused it in some instances, in some other instances. You know, it's clear that we don't understand the complexities of everything that's going on behind this, centralized figure who has so much power, like so many things going on, because of his access and because of what he's done. So.
Yeah, I was always saying, when it comes to sort of, Elon Musk, sort of as a business owner, right? So you purchase this business for exuberant amount of money. Even for him, it's like he felt it. Like it wasn't just like, oh yeah, like I mean, he flies on his private jet everywhere. But then he takes over this company, and it literally is like he goes into work and his employees are talking shit about him day in and day out. He realizes that like the whole infrastructure is broken, that there's just like tons and tons of employees that are just like not optimized. The Twitter's bleeding money left and right. And so I think as a business owner, like he has a right to clean house, and we have seen it time and time again, and nobody has ever gotten as much heat for it as he has. Like we see companies purchasing companies and then laying off tons of employees because they have better systems in place, or simply they just want a better start. Because I mean, for those of us who have worked in corporate America for any period of time, I mean, it is a cesspool that is as far away from productivity as possible. Like nothing in it works correctly. There's so much redundancy. It literally takes forever to get anything done. I mean, in our Web2 marketing business, I million times prefer to work with small business owners than to work with bigger companies, because it literally takes 5 times as long to get anything done. Like if I have to go and present to a board and have them agree on anything, the project is literally going to take, it's going to take 5 times as long. And so I think that him as a business owner, like he had every right to clean house. He had every right to implement, different, like different structure. He had every right to bring in his engineers and run things like he runs it at Tesla. Like he has a proven record that like the people that work there are like top notch. He wants to have people that are excited, people that have been in Twitter for like 10 years. I mean, they're not bringing the visionary energy. Let's face it, right? So, whatever people think about Elon, he's catching a lot of shit for doing what every smart business owner would have done, optimizing the company that he had just acquired.
Breaking news, guys. I just got an email from not Gemini. I got an email from a website called Have I Been Pawned? And today there has been a data leak of over 5 million records, including email addresses and partial phone numbers, of a Gemini hack. So if you have a Gemini account, your email and partial phone number is now exposed on the dark web.
Let's go.
Yeah, so have fun, 15,000 people who scanned your face for the 45,000 Donald Trump. Now that has a face scan. Now Donald Trump has a face scan. I wonder if he's going to be able to use that to get into your phones and steal your MetaMask passwords. But
I mean, he was going to see my face when he took me golfing regardless. So I was prepared for that. I didn't mint. I'm joking. Did anybody here mint? I saw there was a couple people on Twitter minting that or buying it. I'm not sure if you should call it a mint.
I might buy on secondary when prices dip.
yeah, Donald Trump ever becomes president again, he's going to give preferential treatment to anyone that has at least one Donald Trump NFT card in their wallet. It's going to be one of the new utilities.
You get 1 year off of taxes.
Yeah,
if you got that PO app.
Yeah.
Garrett, you're gonna get us rugged.
Allegedly. That was allegedly. We're talking about euchre and trumping cards. The president of euchre, the card game. That is it. That is a topic of conversation.
Is that like a banned word?
I mean, I'm sure it's an indirect word that is being listened for, you know, because yeah, I mean, it's really interesting with the YouTube rules, you know, like for example, there's certain words that you can't say, like medical procedures that start with the letter C. And then if you do talk about medical procedures that start with the C, or the concept of those things without saying the C word, then you have to immediately follow up with like the fact check of what is supposed to be said. There's like a boilerplate thing that you say about the C word, and what it does and doesn't do. And if you say that immediately after, you know, like you talk about the C word thing, then YouTube won't ban you. And the same thing with the J6 stuff, with you know, after the election and the situation that happened there. If you talk about that and you immediately follow up with, you know, like some boilerplate text, that you won't be taken out. But you know, there's major media publications where all they did was report the news and broadcast something that Trump said. And because the news didn't immediately give a boilerplate disclaimer of what, you know, the facts are, the acceptable facts are, right after that, then those prominent media channels were then immediately taken down, and suspended for a week, and or they were given a strike, which means that they're not able to live stream. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you are in
Collins,
if you're in the business of news and reporting, it's really, really tricky, especially right now, because you have to go through the process of verifying the sources. You can't just say, "Hey, I've seen it on Twitter," and immediately report. And so I always give thumbs up to a lot of the independent reporters, especially the ones that do a really, really good job, because it's not easy. Like, you can't just, we're commentary. Like, we're not reporting news. We're talking shit, basically. But it's really tricky. And I think that a lot of the big media, have done that in the past. And, we have seen it like very, very recently. And, some of them do a good job, like doing a follow up and like rolling it back. And some of them don't, which is like, we all make mistakes. But I think, actually verifying your sources and verifying like where you got the information from and whether the information is actually accurate is like, it's a big job.
Trying to see like what just happened. So NBC News has recently benched one of the journalists who reported on Twitter harshly critical of Musk. NBC News temporarily suspended the tech reporter Ben Collins from covering Musk on the airwaves, mocking the billionaire ignorance, not editorially appropriate. So this is just acting unprofessional that they did this?
Unethically.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I just saw that they suspended him from MSNBC and NBC for his unprofessional attacks. So that it's interesting, right? It's like this. It's this extreme back and forth. Is free speech good? Yes. Did he ban reporters? Yes. Did the reporters act unprofessionally? The reporters' bosses are saying yes, and the bosses are talking about, are they going to stay on Twitter or not? What's Elon Musk doing? And so in real time, which is the beauty of Twitter, in real time, this is just going back and forth. And like, what is the truth?
Yeah, the trick of it all to me is like, just as Wizard was just saying, like, because they want to keep shit ethical. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, since when is the news actually ethical? Like, I don't care what side of the aisle you lean. Like, you have to admit that like our news these days is garbage.
Not if you're following like CoffeeZilla, like not if you're following.
That's not news.
Sources.
That's not
that's,
news.
That's investigative journalism right there.
That is what do they call it? That is called alternate media, alternative media. There's mainstream media
in the 2000s,
and there's alternative media.
No, there's alternative media.
That flip has happened, bro. Admit it. It's happened.
You have to admit we're in a place right now where you have the alternative media, you have the lamestream media, and then which is your CNNs, your Foxes, your MSNBCs, and then you have the mainstream media, which is damn it, I was just gonna give him a compliment. He dropped from the stream. I was gonna say it's Kev for King on ENS updates and minting coins. Minting coins. That was such a time on Wednesday. I think that you guys are right. It's frustrating because we should be able to hold people to a higher standard, yet the people don't have a voice in what they get out of their media realistically today.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I have a totally different view on media because for somebody that I have grown up in Poland during the communist regime, I grew up knowing that everything that I see is propaganda. Textbooks were literally the history books in Poland when I was in school were altered to teach propaganda. History books, history should be just like history, right? But no, we know history is told by whoever wins, the war or the argument or, whatever. But it's interesting because, kind of growing up with that, media is just equals propaganda and having, moved here at 15, I never lost that. And I even remember around 9/11, I was in New York City, and I think a year later I went to Poland, and I listened to the news and I was dumbstruck. I was like, nobody's talking about this in America. What they were discussing, even at that point around 9/11, we didn't start talking about 10 years after, and still very hush hush. And so it's really interesting because even if you go around the world, the same story, whatever happens is told from completely different points of view. And so I think media is I don't want to say it's always propaganda, but it literally is. And with the social media and with kind of understanding that we like sensationalism as human beings, we like drama. And so there's good stuff happening every single day. You never hear about it. You hear about all these shitty things that happens because that's what gets the views. And so we have seen it across all the political campaigns is that what gets replayed is all the drama. The more drama you can create around your campaign, it used to be bad press. Now it's actually what gets airtime. And so, I think that if you're news, you're in the business of delivering news. But I think that what had happened is now we have all the news channels that are in the business of getting views because of advertisers, because they have to prove the same things. They literally are like every other influencer. They have to prove that what they're doing is working, so they keep getting the sponsorships. And if their livelihood depends on it, which it's same way for news stations, I think we have to look at it and be do you believe everything the influencer is selling? Or are they just trying to make a living doing what they love, which is, being on air and talking about what they care about, right? But things aren't free. You have to still support a family if you have, and if you have a family, you have to figure it out. What's the balance of what type of sponsorships I take? And so I think that, discussion that we have that the news isn't, reporting the truth. No. There are a whole bunch of influencers trying, competing for airtime. That, if you look at it that way, then it's just entertainment. And you are responsible for doing and verifying and doing the research and finding out the truth and finding out who the sources are. Then you are responsible for, if you want the news, then you have to go and find what is the truth. And that might mean that, yes, you're going to have to take the time and go down many rabbit holes until you form an opinion versus just repeating what you have heard from influencers. And that's, I think, what we're doing right now.
Yeah, it's really funny the way that you put it, because you're dead on. I haven't thought about it in that type of context, but that really is what we've made like modern news media, especially that with which is reported on like television and arguably every other social platform that's got live video. Like that's what it's become. And it's a question of, can you interrupt the fray enough to really break the noise and be able to provide some type of additional value or insight that these others just aren't. And that's really hard to do when these people are programmed to do exactly what gets the views and what gets the attention. It's what we continue to refer to in the industry as sensationalized media. It's rough. It's rough stuff, but we got to disrupt it somehow.
Yeah, don't watch it. Don't repeat the tropes and let things play out before lending your platform to them, right? But if your goal is to plug into that stream, then you go be the intern making a bunch of followers for fucking Twitter's monetization platform, and then they take that away from you and you can't translate that over to Instagram, you can't translate that over to YouTube. They have algorithms working against that. You know, you moving fans around. This is something that like there's meetings about on a fucking probably monthly basis at any of these companies, right? How do we keep the traffic from jumping in the links? Like check out the links below at YouTube is like, you know, like literally it's like they don't want that. It takes you away from the YouTube guy. What, like, can't they just link to another video that talks about the thing that they want to sell? You know, it's a difficult position to be in when you're a creator, depending on the mercy of the channels and the algorithms. And Web3 presents the alternative to this, right? So us as consumers, as creators, as owners, as sovereign citizens, the more that we trend towards using these new systems and listening and backing the people that we know are legit within those systems, will get better at this. And it'll take a couple generations. But that's what we're doing right now, is building the alternative to this, right?
You know, that was the reason that Yahoo didn't buy Google before Google was a company. Google was an algorithm that was created by a couple of kids at Stanford, and they tried selling the search algorithm to Yahoo, and the Yahoo executives said, no, we don't want this because it works too well. And their business model was keeping people on Yahoo pages to see ads and click on ads. And so they passed up on that. I mean, they should have bought it just to kill it, but they, which is what, you know, they should have done. But like, yeah, they didn't sell it. And so Google became a company because nobody wanted to buy their shit because it worked too well and people couldn't figure out how to monetize it. And then they became the most prolific Web2 company in the world. But yeah, there's a Web2 example of what you're talking about. And now Web3 gives us tools to keep things democratized and keep things, you know, owned in decentralized fashion, keep us ownership of tokens to keep us honest and, you know, part of the system and, you know, all that good stuff.
So then let's uncork that for 2 seconds, because that's one conversation I don't think I've had with you. And I'm really interested to hear your take. What's it going to actually take for us to reach a decentralized social media platform? Because I know that, again, not to go back to it too hard, but like we brought up Mastodon earlier, that's what part of their pitch is. So
Mastodon's fucked. I don't know if people understand like how bad Mastodon is.
I have no concept.
Like Mastodon's like not decentralized. You know what I mean? It's like when you log into Mastodon, you're pretty much a subject. Like from the time of kings and nobles and peasants, you're literally a peasant subject of whoever started the Mastodon server. And you know, so they can destroy you if you hook up to a Mastodon server where they don't believe in, where they're like an extreme leftist, or if you connect to a Mastodon server where they're an extreme rightist, you know what I mean? Or if you just hook up to a Mastodon server where they're extreme in whatever extreme way, and they don't like you, your Mastodon career is over. It's a really hard thing to create. And what's it going to take? I mean, in a lot of ways we're already there. You know what I mean? We have decentralized rails, we have decentralized names, we have decentralized messaging. Latency is a problem, with like how like the speed of transactions. But if it was that easy, I think someone would have already done it. Steam tried doing it. Remember Steam It failed. And at least in my eyes, right? And it got gamified to all hell. But I know they're definitely working on it. It needs to balance. It needs to be able to balance the ethos of Web3 with the sensibilities of the rest of the world, right? Because there has to be a way to moderate people. This is what it all comes down to. In addition to like speed and latency and stuff, there has to be a way to moderate people, and the way of moderating people must be decentralized. It must be transparent, and it must be decentralized. And there's this one person, Ian Crossland, who used to code for Minds, social media app, and it's just a really hard problem, because basically I think some people should not be on social media. I think some people should be censored. I think some people should be in jail. And so if I see someone that posts something on Twitter that I don't agree with, I think that should be censored, and we should take care of that. But if that power is so easy to use that people like, well, I don't like people who think this way. And so, right? There just has to be a way to mitigate that. And counter and deal with false positives and everything, and it has to be decentralized, and no one's solved it yet.
I'm wondering, I think that the only way that we can say what we want to say, it's to do these on our own platforms. Like, this is where, minting coins that ETH is the way to go. The biggest problem, and I don't even think that it's in technology, because we have built we have streaming technology. It's not like we're the beginnings of .com where nothing has been built. I think, to be completely honest and transparent, I think the problem is laziness. Like, I think that it's so much easier. The reason that people are on YouTube, the reason that people are on Twitter, the reason that people are on those places is because it's easy, because you're there and you just go, oh, space, click. And I think that if we get out of that mentality and say, okay, these are the creators that I am supporting, these are creators that I want to be a part of these conversations because they align with my values, then I'm going to go out of my way to make sure I go in and I support them, versus just, oh, let's just see what space is in and I just hop on whatever. And until we figured out how to overcome that block, I think, a lot of things will fail. And people have tried to do that. And it always comes down to driving traffic. Like, how do you drive traffic to your own platform? Basically, how do you stop people from being lazy and actually do the right thing?
Okay. Bro, that's a very interesting conversation, and I have so much to say about that. First of all, Ada, I totally agree with you. People are super lazy, and it's not about it's easier for me to do that. It's more about, bro, I'm used to doing this. Look at the OpenSea situation. Everyone knows it's shit. Everyone knows how they deal with people is shit. Their fees are over the roof, and people still use it. Like, people talk shit about it, and they still use it because we feel comfortable with what we know, and we don't want to move because we're lazy. Second of all, drowning. Second of all, bro, having having cryptocurrencies and being on the blockchain and doing this and doing that is one thing, okay, for the establishment and the governments. But having your own decentralized media, bro, they're not gonna let this shit happen no matter what, in my opinion, okay? No matter what. Because this is how they control things. How do they control the narrative of cryptocurrency? Through the media. How do they tell people, Bitcoin is going to zero? Through the media. How do they justify themselves going to war through the media, right? So yeah, maybe, bro. Like I think it's much more reasonable to say they're gonna get over the CBDC situation, right? And let us do our own thing. And it's more far-fetched to say they're gonna let us have literal decentralized media. And listen, when they put a fucking coder in a jail, right? A simple coder in a jail. What did he do? He wrote a couple of lines, right? This isn't for nothing. They have nothing against the dude, and they don't give a shit about Tornado Cash, right? There are a million other ways to launder money. What they're doing, they were sending a message. If you do something that doesn't resonate with us, or anything that how do we say this? Like goes against the establishment, we're gonna cut you off. And bro, they're not kidding.
Are you done? Can I talk now?
So,
Are you done?
you left when
Oh my God! Thread Girl and Zero X Wizard fighting about who talks more. Go on.
Look who's
This
talking.
this won't
Black
take
Cow
long.
Guy.
Bro, he left when I was talking.
Wizard loves hearing himself speak.
And he leaves when I'm talking and then comes back to say, are you done? Can I speak now?
No, it's just a good segue. Come on, this is entertainment.
Good.
So the key word in that question, Mr. Miller, was platform, right? Like, that's not the problem. There will be many platforms, right? The idea is that they attract us with our social graph. They attract us with our network effect. The problem is right now is they hold our network effect hostage when we bring it, right? So when in the heart of me managing artists, the idea of going to Twitter or Spotify or Facebook or Instagram or any of the new platforms that were coming up was a risk, right? Because we're like, hey, we're bringing our people here. We're not getting people from this social network yet, right? It's our network effect that they're literally monetizing with advertising and data sales is what I call it, right? Fucking personal information sales. And that's the key thing. So to me, Twitter will adapt to where we as a user group, and let's say that there are 2.5 million Ethereum users by next year, like counted, right? That's a power block. We can go like, all right, cool. Like we have a social graph extractor, to go back to Afsa's question, right? Like we're going to reward people who do like cool stuff for ETH. Cool. Let's build a thing that takes out all the ats that I follow, and it makes a Merkle tree of that social graph that is accessible via the Twitter com, where I would put my address for my Twitter account. No, that's my Twitter social graph now. You know what I mean? It has my username in there as a piece of data, right? I don't need to put the link in there. That's lame. That's the lamest usage of ENS ever, right? To me, that's like why you get all these like pages, and it's better than nothing. I appreciate Nimi and all that stuff. It's better than nothing, but it's the majority of the ideas that we have out here are just like template and capture ideas, and we need to bring utility to the platform. The utility to the platform would mean that the killer app for ENS would be one that gives us control over our social graph that we can plug into platforms like this and make those demands and that kind of stuff. Mastodon or whatever, they have to adapt to our shit. That's the platform. We're the platform.
Bro, let me tell you one thing. We are not the platform. We are the product.
Well, yeah, but he's saying that Thread Girl, right now we are not the platform or the product. But Ada is showing us the mentality to shift that, and Zero X Wizard is showing us the sort of the technological path to reach that, and AFSA is showing us, hey, we have money if you want to build social media interoperability with ENS. All you have to do is that you gotta have a social media app that's, you know, Web3 based or becoming Web3 based. Emphasis on the pun of based. And then it has to be, you know, which basically means it needs to be open. So Web3 means open. And it has to use ENS. And they have money for you. And so this is actively being encouraged, like what we were talking about, from all these different contexts are actively being encouraged. And like the second thing I want to just say, which plays off of our earlier conversation about Trump, and it merges into what we're talking about right here. Trump minted out his NFT collection and onboarded new Polygon users. This happened. There were 45,000 mints. There were 13,000 minters. There were people that bought, there were people that sold. 14, almost 15%. This was their very first Polygon NFT, which means this was their very first NFT. Because anyone that has an NFT gets sent Polygon garbage, right? It's just the way the world works. And so if this is the first Polygon, yes, some of those people were people that used the new wallet because they don't want to, like, you know, use their existing wallet because they're liberals. They wanted to make money. But a lot of these people are brand new users and they're coming in. And so, and then there's real building happening with real money. And so the grease and the butter is being layered to make the product a product.
Yeah, you know, I always go back to if you're using a platform, like I know people have done it, and you know, being in marketing, you hear it all the time. It's like, you know, you run part of your business or all of your business on Facebook, and then they change your algorithm, and then you lose everything overnight, and then everybody is just like freaking out. And it's like, that was like never your platform. They can do whatever they want. And I think as long as we're using platforms, and you know, Twitter is included, I mean, YouTube is included in it. As long as we use the platforms that are free, then we are the product, right? Like because somebody has to, in some way, things have to be monetized. And so right now that they're monetized by, you know, most of them by advertisers, right? And we both know that if it goes down to advertisers, then they're gonna dictate what goes and what doesn't, right? They're like, I don't want to align with this, and I don't want to align with this, and so you either get rid of this or I pull my advertising dollars. And so as a business, from business perspective, you know, you have to make those decisions based on that. It's like, is my business gonna stay in or not? But I think that if we build a platform, and this is where, you know, when we talk about Web3 is, you know, being like having your own platform. And if we build a platform that then interconnects to those personal platforms, right? If there's basically a platform that doesn't host everything, I think that a lot of content creators, I mean, us included, like I would pay for the platform if that means that that is what keeps it afloat versus me being a product. Because then it's like I have a stake in a company, right? Like and if we take it even way further into like a decentralized system, or you know, make it a DAO, then every single creator has a stake in that company. So then we can actually talk about what Web3 was created for, which is governance. And so I think that that's where we need to go.
But it needs to prevent the pitfalls that we've already seen in DAOs and new projects, because what happens
100%.
is that these products are supposed to be helping a group of people, like a DAO, right? You have a DAO, and the DAO has a mission, and people believe in whatever that mission is. Insert your own mission. It could be buying the Constitution. It could be giving people free pizza. It could be, you know, making open AI, whatever. What happens is that some people participate because they believe in it. And some of those believers are going to participate not just with their money, but they're going to be paying attention and participating, similar to ENS DAO, right? Like everything. But some of the people are straight up investors, and they have more money, and they have, neutrally, they have less care. It's not that they're bad people. It's not that they don't care. It's just that, it's not that they don't care about that. It's not their jam. But they believe in it. They're going to put their money into it. Does that give them more voting power? Because they own more tokens. They bought more tokens. They bought more NFTs. Like, yeah, I bought one NFT. They bought 20. They have 20 votes. I have one. I bought $1,000. They bought $1 million. So I got 1,000 votes. They have 1 million. You see what I mean? And so if we're going to build a new, and so then you could say, well, the only people who get ownership of the platform are the content creators that use the platform. Well, now you got to worry about what do you call them? People that are making many accounts, and they're just having like one account for each of their dogs, and it's like one's a dog channel, one's a chicken, whatever. You know what I mean? They're just to rack up the views. I don't know. Or they're paying people to watch their channel so they get more. They're like, well, I can't buy these, but I can just take my $1 million, pay these people to watch, and I get all their tokens. And now I have the tokens of like 20 people. You see what I mean? No matter what, things are going to be gamified.
I think, and so this comes back, I think, to the human nature. Like, I think about it all the time, looking at everything that goes on in the world. And like, one of the biggest questions that I always have is like, are we like inherently evil, right? Like, if some alien just landed on the planet and was like, these species are fucked, what is wrong with them? Like, I always think, are humans just shitty, or are majority of the humans shitty? Because everything that happens with,
or are the majority of the humans not shitty? Can we please give a third option in there?
Yeah, or majority of humans not
or none
shitty.
of the above.
But it's really difficult because there are these super beautiful, elegant solutions, and like, why is there so many shady trolls in like Web3 space? Like, why are people having their wallets hacked like constantly? I mean, like every single day. And I always think, like, who are those shitty humans behind it, and how did they go to sleep? Because I mean, I don't know, like I wouldn't be able to. And so but I think that we have to look at those fundamental problems, because 100% I agree with you, Gary. Whatever we put into place, like, the percentage of shitty humans are going to destroy. And until we fix the shitty human problem, like, and that's literally what I think about every single day.
But there are solutions, right? For me, I always got to go back and forth with people, because if I get too positive, they get too positive. I'm like, no, we got to talk about the negative. And then I get too negative, and then they get too negative. Like, no, we got to talk about the positive. But we do have things like proof of humanity, Bright ID. If everyone on this call, everyone listening, go get Bright ID. If I'm saying it right, it's made by the makers of Gitcoin grants. And Bright ID is a cool little app where you connect your ENS, you connect your Twitter, some Web 2 things, some Web 3 things. It kind of proves that one human is one human. And then that could get built into other people's apps. So then when they do DAO voting, one vote is one vote, even if you have multiple wallets and lots of votes. I'm not saying that's the end all be all of the solutions, but for every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. This will always be a cat and mouse game. What are you going to do when we have Tesla bots? And I could go to the Trump hack from all the facial scans that is going to happen a couple of years from now. I take these facial scans or just AI generate them, and I put them on, and I 3D print them onto the Tesla bot's face, and then I buy 20 Tesla bots, and I just have each of them like click on buttons doing crypto work. Right? Like, I mean, that sounds super crazy sci-fi, right? But how is that not a viable reality potentially in 5 to 10 to 20 to 30 years?
I just, all this amazing invention, and I am just baffled that all these people spend all this time like trying to figure out how to gain a system versus actually taking all of that energy and like building a better world. And I know that just sounds cheesy as hell, but like, what I mean, right? Like, if you take all that energy that is spent every day to try to build these bots, to hack the people, to gain the system, like, what would happen if you take all that energy and actually like hyper focused it on like building a better, more collaborative?
Yeah, but the problem with that, the reason people don't do that is because that it's quicker and easier and faster to make money by hurting people, by destroying. And building takes more time, and it's not guaranteed. And what's even worse on top of that is that
Sam Bankman-Fried, ask Elizabeth Holmes, the destroyer.
Yeah, and it's not just that, but it's business is like love. People get their hearts broken, and you make a partnership with somebody, and they don't really go through because they suck or because life sucks. Or you don't completely go through, you put a lot of time into like getting a degree or learning a hobby, and then you don't make money or you don't like making money with it. I mean, there's a lot of ways where people have to put in a lot of effort, and the end of that effort is not necessarily guaranteed, even though it's a learning experience and you pivot to the next thing. And, the guy that made KFC was 65 years old and he did that, and it's not too late for you. But yeah, it's just easier to like break, steal, lie, cheat than it is to you gotta like find people. You have to like be authentic with them. You got to be vulnerable. You have to do that multiple times of like building a relationship. Then you got to like get serious, and you got to, it takes a lot of, it's really hard, then if you're young and you don't have the patience to do all that, if you're young and you don't know that's the game plan and you're uncertain, and so you like make good effort and then you stop, you make good effort and you pivot, like there's a lot of, I wish life was more video game like, where we had some instructions about how to play, or like video games, it doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. There's certain stuff.
Instructions are called dad and mom and uncle and homie, and and
yeah, but that's not fair, because that's not fair because over generations, society is systematically destructed to break the family, to break the community, to break the neighborhood. We were talking about this all day, and I don't know if it was like the after show on Whiskey Wednesday, but in America, it's difficult, even when people have their shit together. In America, it's difficult to ask your neighbor for a cup of sugar or for help. We're meant to be siloed. If you need something, you go to the fucking store, or you lay there and you die. In Canada, they're straight up euthanizing people, legally. And it's like families are broken. So people don't have moms and dads, or they don't only have one parent, or that one parent has two jobs. And it's like a mother and a daughter and a grandparent and another generation all living in the same house, stressed out without it's just, there's like a systematic breakdown of the bonds we're supposed to be having, and we need to increase the number of these connections and the number of these nodes and the amount of lost information to get, to get those rules of life back, because I feel like, society is breaking down. There's communities are breaking down. And so information is lost and not being passed to that next generation.
Why do you think that is, the silo aspect? How do you think they do that if there's a they to do it?
It's systematic, and it starts with fear. It starts by like taking the largest topic
policing
and splitting everybody. And then you take another topic and you fragment them. You create multiple fragmentations. Think about your brain being a fragment. You create multiple fragmentations. So there's so many circles in the Venn diagram that literally everybody is in their own circle. And so, you take abortion, or you take politics, or you take war, or you take food. Like you can cause division, if you're good at it, and how you phrase things, and you get the right two people in the room. You don't take two people who are on the same page, you take two people, and it's like if you're producing world destruction, you don't hire someone that has her shit together. You hire Jerry Springer's producer, or Ricky Lake's producer, or whoever is now on TV's producer, and you say, okay, we don't want to create a shitty show. We want to create some drama, and that's what it's all about. Like, you don't come up with actual solutions, and yeah, so. I mean, in America, it's just like trust the TV, trust the educational system, trust, don't verify. And in the beginning, you can trust everybody, but lots of little things squeak through, and it just all adds up, And what's super crazy right now is that when you go on Twitter and you see the world burning, if people did talk to their neighbors, and didn't talk about politics, or didn't like take a TV mentality of like finding a hot button issue, then digging into it because it triggers them, people would just like find out how much closer we are and how much more we have in common. And then you meet someone and you're like, oh yeah, there's that one thing that I don't like about them, and that's really shitty, and I'm never going to let that, I'm never going to let them, right, like do something where, where if I, if that's fucked up, I'm going to say it's whatever your thing about them it is, but you're not going to hate them. It's not like, yeah, you like this TV show, so I don't like you, or you eat that food, so I don't like you. It's like, or you said this one thing in Twitter and you didn't even like put it in the right context, and I don't like. It's just, it's perception. This is what it comes down to. Perception is 9/10 of.
You faded the Maxis, bro. I don't like you, bro.
What'd I do? Oh yeah, faded Maxis. Yeah. So perception. Remember this. Perception is 9/10 of reality. Whatever someone perceives to be the truth literally is the truth for them. If someone's having a psychotic breakdown and they believe that they're on fire, and you look at them and they're not on fire, in their mind, they're obviously on fire, or whatever, if someone thinks the world is ending, or if someone thinks like this is the worst person in the world, that they're the devil. And they're not watching the one character from the Rob Zombie movie. Which I should be able to cue that better, but to focus on this conversation. Yeah. Was it Devil's Rejects that he said it? Yeah, I am the devil. Yeah, just perception is 9/10 of reality, and people live on Twitter, and so Twitter becomes their perception of reality. And nobody is talking to their neighbors. No one's going out into the real world. No one's making these real connections. No one's doing what we're doing here on YouTube. And yeah, 9/10 of reality is your perception.
Yeah, we're the first to do it on YouTube, on Twitter. We're everywhere. Subscribe.
This is exactly what we were talking about, Gary, on Wednesday, Whiskey Wednesday. You need to have your own small box of your ideals, your ethics, your values, things you will not cross no matter what, and base everything else and all the information you grasp from the word around that. And that's how you can better manage how do we say this? Like how you receive information and which information you want to keep and how you filter things, basically,
Yeah, and to Gary's point earlier, when I first arrived to the States, I was hit with a brick wall of, I'm used to going to my neighbor and asking, hey, do you have an extra loaf of bread, or do you have barbecue sauce? I'm grilling on the yard, or whatever, whatever it is. But then when I came here, I didn't see that being reproduced, or it's not the way of life here. And I got used to it, and it's okay. But if I were to only think about what was being presented to me, how the mainstream media or the lamestream media, or what I see people saying versus really interacting with them, I would have thought these people hated me, these people didn't like me, and stuff like that. And that's typically not the case. And to Gary's point, whenever you meet these people and you interact with them, you find a lot of things in common, and you find common ground. So yeah, what do you got to say, Wizard?
I understand that experience, and I respect it. I was just as shocked by the culture difference when I got here to go to the Art Institute. And the weird thing, my experience though, was I just did that. I went to the neighbor. I asked him for the sugar and the barbecue sauce, and I invited him over for dinner, and it has literally been just kind of how people know us, because it's then since become my wife and my kids and my family, right? And it really is how you choose to affect that culture in the melting pot that is the USA. Just to be region specific, right? Because I'm sure Thread Girl has other concerns right now, like not being able to access the general internet and banking systems, and basic human fucking rights, But keep that in mind, right? Like, there's also your behavior is a result of shock too, right? Where it's like, oh well, people don't act like me, or maybe they reject the way I act, so I'm going to stop acting that way. I'm going to create a code around these folks. I'm like, that just, man, try to get out of that, because persistence is way more fun. And eventually you're going to make them some chuletas, or you're going to make them some arroz con gandules, and they'll be like, yo, like, you're weird, and I wish you would buy your own barbecue sauce at Costco like I do, so I always have some on stock. But I love your food, so I'm willing to bring this over to the potluck. You know what I mean? So just bring that potluck mentality, man. I mean, to me, that's what we bring as Puerto Ricans. So bring it. Like, don't let
yeah, that's an interesting perspective.
Don't let our parents' response to the culture derive our own agency over that.
Bro, like here we have the same culture as you guys, okay? So I swear, like last week, and I ran out of fucking wood for my chimney, right? Wood, for real. I went up to my neighbor, told him, listen, I need a couple of wood for the chimney. Man, he wouldn't give them to me. He insisted on bringing them to my place. So, because I'm a girl, like he doesn't want me to go down the stairs holding brick. And it's like, if he runs out of anything, if my other neighbor runs out of anything, it's just like common things, right? And I moved here to this place a year back. Man, took me 3 days to meet the whole building. The next weekend, I was invited to a private party for the neighbors who live downstairs. And man, let me tell you something. You're talking about my internet, my shitty internet here. I would rather have these human connections and have shitty internet than live alone and lonely but surrounded by people and have internet. Maybe it's wrong, but it's the way I'm used to living. You know what I mean?
Human connections trump the internet connections.
Oh, bro. Anytime of the day.
That's what Web3 is. Web3 is more human connection than it is internet connection. Because you can be part of crypto and Web3 without being online. You can print your keys onto a physical device. You can have your ENS name, and you can have your ledger. You can have your Trezor. You can have your crypto life. You can connect when you want to connect. But it's about the human connections. It's just in my pocket I have your NFT. And if the internet goes down, you still have your NFTs, right? If all the internet goes down, eventually it's coming back. Otherwise, we got bigger problems. But if it comes back, you still have all your crypto.
The cool part about that too is as a developer, I've got access to that too. So I can build inputs for your stuff, right? So if you've got an ENS Maxi and I'm building a metaverse or a game or a betting app or a website of some sort in Web3, you having that token can now provide, and me verifying that, can now provide a experience that was made specifically for you. So me as a developer having access to that allows a whole new level of fucking cool and personalization. And it can be done, within not creepy, I'm tracking Elon Musk, parameters, right? It can be done like, hey, here's what I'm volunteering as data for you to mess with me on, right? Or for you to connect with me on. Don't airdrop me garbage. Don't try to fucking get me into the funnels over here. I'm smarter than that. I'm a Web3 citizen.
Well, we don't do that clicking on links thing. We verify first, you know. But anyhow, that's it. I just get excited about alternative uses of if something goes down or you lose something, that asset's there in perpetuity. So in 40 years, I can look at that object on the blockchain as a developer and give you a historical reward, or give you like you know, like true OG status, like you fucking proved it. You didn't come into some room and with a left or a right click NFT or image and pretend to be it because you got a good voice like Julio, right? Like you got like my real credentials, right? Like you got my real like resume, you know. So that's what it is.
Hey, my LinkedIn is a pretty good resume too. I mean, but my voice is better. I know. I thank you.
Julio, I love your background. You got Ethereum picture, man. It's super dope.
Now mute.
My wife painted that for me. Yeah, she helped me kind of do this whole setup thing. So pretty good. Yeah, applause for her for being so supportive.
For real. Wow, you should get her into NFTs. And Steven, bro, hats down for you. Like, bro, this dude took the time and effort to create the emojis so he can react to us, man. That's super dope.
I'm sitting here realizing, holy shit, I printed out some emojis and completely discounted the fact that I have an applause button on the board. Yeah. I gotta wake up.
You gotta double hand it. So you gotta like push the button with one and show the thing with the other. That's right.
Yeah.
Yo, special shout out to ENS Latino. We were rugged this morning. How Wiz? There we go.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go. We'll catch you next time. It was super great talking to you. Much love.
Well, it's been almost 4 hours. I can't believe it.
Actually,
Man,
I'm like,
only
holy
2
shit,
hours
what the
for
fuck
me.
did Gary
I
do to
was
my
like-
life right now? Like, I gotta go. I've been working on
convinced
stuff, but
super
wow.
late. Gary, thank you. Ada, thank you so much. Steven, Julio, Wizard, for real. It was a great episode. And man, especially Julio, so happy to put a face to the voice, man. It's always that much exciting. Like we've been talking for, I don't know, 6 months maybe on Spaces. But thank you, Gary, for giving us the platform to do that.
Thank you, Thread Girl.
Bye, guys. If you
Bye.
guys are staying, I might jump on later, by the way, okay?
Is this a 24-hour stream, Gary? What do we do?
We're just doing.
Till-
We're
till
just
Twitter
doing.
comes
I
back.
gotta go meet with my team, but I would actually encourage this.
Oh yeah, this
Because-
could be
Yes.
protest. I was thinking.
So you
Oh,
start trending.
fuck, I have like a whole life I have to get to. But I mean, this could be like a protest thing, and we could just be here until Twitter Spaces come back. So I'm okay.
Yeah,
with
we need to DM Mario and send the StreamYard link so
Yeah.
that he can bring his crowds over here.
Today's crazy. So basically, like today's like a test. Like me, I'm always testing. I'm always like asking questions and testing. So today, like it's first time I ever just took the share link and I just shared it with everybody. Like the StreamYard link to get in here. Like I just like gave it
Yeah.
out there and I was just like, yeah, just see how this works. I'm not big enough yet where I'm gonna have that many trolls. So
But it was cool. There was at one point there was like at the whole space was, or the StreamYard was filled and there was people waiting. So that was pretty cool. And I think I contributed because you sent it on the private chat. You're like, hey, share the link. And then I tweeted that one by mistake instead of YouTube, but it was fun. It was fun. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you.
I mean, the good news is technically this was all through my peer pressure this morning, and it worked out. It really did.
100%.
And I hardly had to have the community press at all. It was just
Yeah.
like Gary's like, oh yeah, no, we're fucking doing that. Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah, I
really
mean-
peer pressure. It's more like a fucking great idea.
It was genius. I literally I woke up and I was like, there is so much stuff that I have to do. Like I had anxiety about how much stuff I had to do. And then Gary shared that. And I'm like, Spaces are down. We should totally. I mean, we jumped on it, and within like 30 minutes, it was all ready to go. And for a moment, I was like, are we gonna go like 24 hours? Ooh,
I mean, I think you could easily get through the Friday Night Happy Hour if you can get the entire crew for that on.
Yeah, I actually had responded to a tweet because NFTverse was like, I knew the day will come when I won't be able to schedule a Twitter space. And I was like, minting coins activate.
So I have an idea. Stephen Miller
Julio.
and Ada and Verse, if you're looking, right? Having these types of shows where people come and they're in the YouTube link, right? They're in the YouTube, like viewing, commenting, oh, I love that appraisal, or I love that name, or hey, cheers to whoever's on the speaker panel. And then you send via DMs the StreamYard link so that they can come up. Like if it was a speaker thing,
yeah.
Like when people, so like they present their pitch, you know, they're on the speaker panel, blah, blah, blah. They come to the pitch and then they jump off, you know, you jump them off and then somebody else comes up, you know, that would be pretty cool.
Quick shout out to Queen Gwei. She's blowing up the YouTube chat saying, yes, let's go happy hour.
Yes. I mean, activate, right? Twitter
Yeah,
Army activate.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one of the co-hosts there. All we need is a 3402 and a verse. And I mean, look, I know that I can peer pressure Novaks into being a musical guest. I already put that in the tweet, and that's just a given.
Yeah.
But the question is, how does unemployed manage security? I have no idea.
Yeah.
We can give whoever does security, we can give them a team access to StreamYard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they'll be able to kick people on and off the stage.
Precisely.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yo, let's make it happen. I think we have good streamers in the Twitter spaces that we can make something really good happen and make a show out of it. And as well, it would help us also grow and bring the ENS gospel to YouTube and kind of help break the algorithm, right? Because essentially we're all siloed in Twitter. But that message isn't getting anywhere other than Twitter, except unless you're using like Audio Labs or something to upload to YouTube directly. But I think this is a great idea, and I think people like, you know, like something like the Happy Hour or like the Shark Tank, people would love to see that like visually, like what happened in Vegas or the Happy Hour, seeing your host like with a drink in hand or whatever, even if they're not docs, you could put like a little picture or something. But I think that's a super cool idea. I would volunteer to help produce or co-host or like admin kick people. I love kicking people out. So I would definitely be that bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the actual system just allows you to like streamline it so beautiful, because it's just 10 people. I mean, I don't know how many people you can have on stage on Twitter Spaces, but it limits it as well. And so it's the same kind of thing. You have to kind of ask people that aren't talking to like drop off, and that's what we were going to do today. There were people that were just like listening, and so it's very easy to just like cycle people, especially if like like on Twitter Spaces, I'll come up on stage, and then if I'm not talking anymore, I go down so other people, like, I think we're used to that kind of mentality. But the cool thing is that so you have a whole private chat for the people who are on who are discussing and on stage. So it's very, very easy. It's like right here, you don't have to go to Twitter. Like you can coordinate really fast, and then you have a whole other thing that you can have somebody manage the engagement that is a YouTube chat that everybody can see. And I think that that's sometimes what's missing from Spaces, is unless people are talking, everybody else is kind of like listening. And I always wish there was more participation from the people that are just on the stage, because seeing those side conversations is so, like, I feel that's like really sometimes where the magic happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and I definitely like the feature that you can also stream it to Twitter. So like going back to the Shark Tank, like, you know, you have the listeners, you have the design sharks, and they can all see the private chat like we can do here right now. And we can also see the comments and the people who have co-hosting abilities that Gary can set that in the admin settings. We could also raise comments. Like, so let's say there's a great word that somebody's saying like, hey, I want to pitch this word. You know, the co-host could put it up on the screen and everyone can say like, oh yeah, we love that word, bring it up. And then we send the link to that person, we bring it up. I think it's a very cool idea. And then anybody that doesn't want to come to YouTube, they can still watch the entire show on Twitter or Twitch or the other platforms. Is that Gary doing that? Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, thank you, Gary.
Yeah, and then what's cool is like, you know, it's like, you ever watch The Price is Right as a kid, and the person's like trying to figure it out, and the whole audience is yelling, you know, what the price is. Yeah, up, down, 9, 7. You know, with the ENS Shark Tank, if like people come up on stage and you're like, they're going through all the comments and they're like, do it, I'll give you more. And it's like, oh, we just got somebody on it that said he'll give more, 1.5. Yeah, DM us, we'll get you up on stage, show us Yeah, it's like, so we got everything. And then we got the private chat. We do have also have private Discord chat, and then we have super private Discord chat, and then we have community Discord chat. But you know, which, you know, that's like another, you know, layer potentially. But yeah, just within YouTube and multi-streaming and everything we're doing right here, massive potential.
Yeah, and Steven already comes with his own soundboard, which I totally want to like pick your brains and what you got and how it works, because I want it.
I was gonna say I'm more than happy anytime. You just shoot me a DM, we'll hop on and I'll walk you through the whole thing. But look, I wanted to put it out there to you because I know that it was an impromptu idea, and I really would love to see this thing keep going. I know that everybody has shit to do. I have to hop on a call here in about 4 minutes with somebody who's trying to get me to help them with fixing their spaces. So I have to help them real quick, and then I'm planning on being back if you guys are back. But we had the next up on the quote unquote docket was Gary running a session on the Web3 X files. So if we can make
first of all, that shit has to be on the private stream, because I am not capable of censoring myself once I get going.
Yeah. Gary will so get us banned and blacklisted and banned.
Hey, I volunteer my channel then. I will sacrifice for the cause.
I think that's also a good idea. Depending on how you want to do it, I mean, we can either do it on the private, and you can tell people right now how to get access to the private and give your little call to action for everybody that's still listening, or we can move it over to Julio's channel if we can get that plugin to work.
Yeah. I always think, because the vision is really to grow it, and this is what I always say, for people who are content creators, is that having the passion and doing it is one thing, and then being able to do it full time and feed your family is it's a whole other thing. And that's a lot what we see in like Web3 is that a lot of people still have to figure it out, like, hey, this is like what I'm doing on the side, but it's always like, how do I make this side hustle, which is always like, what do you love to do? And we've been blessed because like, a lot of like what we do is really intertwined because we already run our own business. So like, we have a lot more freedom. But I have so many ideas for doing different shows on the YouTube channel, because I think like that's where the magic is. That's where we came and said, okay, let's do Whiskey Wednesday, and that's going to be the more unhinged show. Let's do the casual community Sundays, where it's just like we can pull in and have other communities come and be like, hey, there's this whole other community over there, and then there's this whole other community over there. Let's talk about how we can all come together, because we're stronger in numbers. And then same goes for like having awesome shows. And I feel, the platform is there. And I always say it's like, for the less than a cup of coffee a day, because it's not even a latte.
50
I
cents
go
a
to
day.
Starbucks and it's like $6, So for 2 Starbucks drinks, it's crazy.
Well, look, if you ever want to get into content strategy and talk about that offline too, like that's very much so my jam. It's the world that I come from. It's the world I've been working in for 2 years in redefining what cryptocurrency's been doing. So More than happy to chat. But I
We
am
could talk about it. We could talk about it online. We could talk about it offline. We could talk about it in a live stream. We could talk about it in a private stream. Yeah, there are a lot of things we could do. And yeah, definitely want to talk to you more about that. Thanks for showing up. And maybe we can get you back later. I'm gonna have to I have a call at 2:30 that is like half hour, 45 minutes. So hopefully we can get people to keep keeping in here and keep things going. I'm gonna see if I can give some people admin access or team access. Yeah, Steve, thanks for showing up. We'll see you later. Yeah, for everyone else, if you do want access to those private members only videos, support us what we're doing here at Minting Coins, creating this content, connecting with everybody here, using the visual medium. This also helps us with the work that we're doing at Web3 Domains, supporting our content writers at Web3 Domains and that information. And then for 50 cents a day, for the price of like a latte or two a month, you can become a member at mintingcoins.com and get access to our members only videos. The only place to watch our members only videos is through mintingcoins.com, where we, when we have those, we stream them live, and then you can go back and watch all of those, the back videos as well. So really, really appreciate that. Really appreciate that support. But what in terms of support and appreciating support, we got 184 on the line.
Hey. Good afternoon, good evening. Did I come in on the back end? Is this finishing?
No, we determined that if we can keep people in the room, this is going to be a 24-hour stream or until Twitter Spaces comes back.
Okay, good to know. See, I've been out of the loop today, so you've just told me Twitter is down. Twitter Spaces is down.
Yeah.
Yep, it's down. Yeah, it's down. Nobody. I heard the only people that can use Twitter Spaces are accounts that have been suspended or something hilarious. But
they're saying they're trying to fix the bug that basically is allowing all the people that have suspended accounts with Twitter right now, they can still get on Twitter Spaces, which it's a fabulous backdoor if you ask me. It's like, oh, I got banned, but I still have like voice. Excellent. But it's funny how like one little thing can just like put the entire Twitter in like upheaval. And so when we woke up and Gary told me about it, I'm like, 24 hours Minty Coin special. I don't actually know if we can keep it for 20 hours, but we've been kind of like rotating. So we go through like conversations. So at one point we literally had like full room, like 10 people on the stage, and we had people waiting to come up, which was awesome. And I feel like since then this is like our third show. Like it kind of feels like, right, we kind of like go through a show and everybody rotates and we go through a show. And so I think we're on like a third show.
Yeah. So I'm going to actually get going. I have an important call at 2:30 as well, hour and a half. And 184 is here, so that's my cue to leave. No, I'm just I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But it was
going into a tunnel.
You here, man.
Into a tunnel.
Yeah.
And Ada, it was a pleasure meeting you as well. Had a great time. Hopefully we can make this bigger. I'm always willing to help out with these things. Gary knows we've been talking about YouTube and how to make the StreamYards better. So also, Gary, thank you. I will be seeing you. I might be back later if you guys are still on, but it was a great pleasure being with you guys today.
thanks very much, Julio. I really appreciate you in all spaces, including Twitter Spaces and YouTube Spaces, and also just like the connecting that we've had a couple times this week now. Yeah, man, you're rock solid. Come back whenever.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you next time.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, 184. I made you a co-host, like an official co-host. Yeah, you're an official co-host. Like before, like we were all just co-hosts. Now you're like an official co-host. So if you like,
you can push all the buttons.
Yeah, I mean, there's some buttons you can't. I don't think a co-host is able to send messages through the chat that the admins have to the audience. But We can make you moderators in the back ends, like make you a moderator on YouTube.
Very cool.
But you should pretty much you should have like access to almost everything from a co-host.
Sounds good. Just running through it right now to see
Don't know
what
if
that
you have
does.
to refresh.
Just don't get us banned. I mean, like, I left for 15 minutes to pick up the kids, and what happened?
I would say the biggest thing, if anything you really got to worry about is just letting someone, like, if the link is private, or if we publicize the StreamYard link and somebody comes on, we just got to make sure that we're not letting on like a chat roulette participant.
Gotcha. Though I can't make any promises about the getting banned part. So just for safety's sake, can you quickly go and get mintingcoins2.eth as a backup?
Yeah. Well, the good news is actually, I don't think mintingcoins.eth is going to get banned. Like, not the ENS name, at least.
Yeah, no. This
You mean youtube.com/mintingcoins2?
Yeah.
That's a whole other bag of chips.
That's a whole other thing. Yeah, but and we can always take a break and like resume as well. Like, we can have a morning show and we can do an afternoon show. We're really just like, we hopped on and like, we're just like, oh, let's just see what happens. And like, we're in 4 hours.
Wow. Okay.
So there are some shows that we have run for 4 hours if you include the after show. I have definitely participated, but this is the longest live stream that we have done this far.
And so I was occupied when this started, but I jumped on and saw that there were 2 or 3 guests, and when I came home just now, I thought, wow, you guys are still kicking on. So a few people have cycled through, have they?
Yeah, we've definitely, like, when we start.
We had as many as 10 people at one moment.
Whoa! And this is recorded. I can go back and I can see this because that's an
100%.
achievement.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
No, it's really been awesome, and the conversation has been fantastic. We've like cycled through some really, really incredible topics, which is so exciting.
Oh, do tell. What are some highlights or some of those things?
Well, we definitely talked about how to solve the, platform owning content, you being the product kind of piece, which was an awesome conversation. And how do we solve that in Web3? Definitely talked about the Trump NFT a lot. Some really, really, really cool topics. I'm thinking of actually cutting up this live stream into smaller videos because there were some super
because
cool
you don't have enough to do.
Yeah, because I did nothing today. I woke up with anxiety of doing so much work, and I was like, oh, just pop in to say hello. I've been here for like 3.5 hours. I achieved 0 of my to-do list today.
And so where I'm at 7 p.m. for you guys, it's 4 p.m.
No, it's 2. Right now it's 2.
2 p.m. Oh, so this is the dead center of the day. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've called me a dinner, so I'm about to go get some pad thai. I can eat it in front and certainly make a scene, but otherwise, happy to talk.
Yeah, 100%. So what's up in your world?
Well, I had the doctor today, which you guys know what it is. So my wife's expecting a baby, so that was fun. It will be our first child, so learning all those things and everything is just exciting and a novelty. Of course, her life is terrible, but as a father or father to be, it's pretty straightforward for me, and I get to enjoy the moments. Other than that, quick shop, pick up some Thai food, and I was going to get into work, but if Twitter's down, I don't have any background sound, so what am I going to do?
Yeah, I think a lot of people share that sentiment.
So I mean, the only thing I've been checking in on right now is that the market is reacting from yesterday's news, which I'm positioned for and happy for. So that's all I've seen, that the market is responding. Not sure what's going on in the ENS sales. Has anything happened there? Other than the 420.69 for the nouns DAO icon, was it?
Need a weather reporter to do the market overview.
Hmm.
What I can tell you is that what I can tell you is something, and what that is that what can I tell you? Yeah, the noun symbol 42.69. That's a whopper. You know, negative 77 for 2. Oh yeah, trader.eth. That's crazy. Yeah.
And I think I saw it was it Address who had a 3 ETH offer on that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's rough. And then lots of sex offers. I've never received an offer for sex, but I don't own sex.eth, so that's why.
I'm not commenting. So has that seller for Trader, the whatever the name is, have they given up any other names yet?
We can go for Trader. Yeah, we should go check.
Yeah, because I suppose yesterday what I saw was that, you know, this has happened a few times in the last, say, 5 months, 6 months, that whenever someone does offload, they tended to offload quite a few. So, you know, the alpha or the hot tip was to put as many bids on. But what have we got? No, that's the only sale. 122 domains, and let's say 30 to 50% of them are fairly good, if not more.
I don't know.
That's the only sale.
What I'm seeing so far isn't like, I'm just going through the categories. I mean, yeah, they got Prime and they got Gab.
Square, Sex, NFT, NVIDIA as a company, Voice, IRS, Coffee. Oh, Coffee.
Oh yeah, I saw Coffee. Yeah, that was good. Wait, is this? Wait, Coffee. We on the same guy?
So Trader.
I'm looking at the guy that sold Trader. So who? Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the guy that owns Trader.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the guy that bought it from him. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
So look,
That's-
I'll
you're
put-
looking at someone else. I think
I'll
Trader.
put
I gotta click on
the-
Trader. Does it have a history?
Go to sales. So where there's listing offers, click on sales.
Listings, offers.
So where there's the activity section, it says listings,
Okay.
sales,
Oh, there we go.
and then
Yeah.
the from.
Okay, so from guy. Okay, yeah, this isn't going to be a much better guy. Right. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the other guy has a lot of names, and some of them are good. Like Prime is obviously, and Gab is good. But yes, Park, yeah, Sale.
Motels, window.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing Coffee. Yeah, we looked at this. Yeah, this is exactly what I did earlier. Yeah, Coffee was huge. Queen. Oh my goodness, I want Coffee. I want Queen. For sure.
Vodka. Was this the person that accumulated all the alcohol? What would you call it?
Maybe they do have beers. Yeah, Paris. I would love Paris.
But there was someone, say, several months ago that was acquiring a mix of, let's say, an example: wine, whiskey, vodka, rum, gin. There was someone acquiring that, and I think they got 3 of them and had a few open offers. This would be a great chance if the person that owns vodka is uploading it.
Yeah, voice.eth. Voice.com sold for 30 million. Yeah, voice.eth. Yeah.
Yeah, if they just hold it for longer, depending how long they're prepared to hold it for.
The only thing about the voice.com selling is it's sold to who's the guy from what would you say?
EOS.
EOS, yeah. EOS. And what have they done with voice? Nothing.
It keeps on pivoting. It's basically a lot of money they spent.
Tax write-off.
And it was
they have billions of dollars. So now integrated with Ethereum and MetaMask because EOS bought them. Yeah, so they're an NFT platform now.
There you go. Well, all that money, and I had no idea, and that's kind of a miss for them.
Yeah, that would be an amazing name for like a creator social media platform. I don't like the word social media. We need like a different Web3 word.
Socials, that's what it is now, is it? Or it doesn't sort of stand in the same way.
Yeah, so no ENS on voice.
So
Yeah.
have I got to be careful. I'm going to write it in the private chat to get permission on. Can I talk about this? So there's a project that I don't own them, but but I find it really interesting, and I do love the story because I like the creator of this project. Can I say this? Can I talk about this?
What are we talking about?
Check the private chat.
Oh, private chat. I don't know what this is. I mean, I could put the words together and imagine, but is this a pronoun or a noun?
So this is without me saying it. This is a project by Tim Ferriss that I really appreciate Tim Ferriss's podcast over the years, and he created a project which I think is sort of basing. It's a story. It's similar to his early days in Dungeons and Dragons, enjoying that as a fan. And so he created a project, and there's 5,555 of these, and that's the name of the project, and the characters are all the first part of that word, and I just find it incredibly interesting. A lot of people have called this a money grab. However, there's a few things with it. 100% of the initial sales went to Sensei Foundation, which was about psychedelics and various research to help people.
I mean, we're just talking about it, so let's talk about it. So 184 is into a lot of different things. let me just preface this. So, and 184, we talk a lot of different things, and one of the things 184 wants to talk about today is cock punch. Cock punch is something that 184 is into. So if you're into cock punch too, then you can cock punch with 184. And we can learn more about this at Cock Punch. And so, as 184 said, this is something, a fictional world built into archaic times. All primary sales go to the SAISEI Foundation. Is that pronounceable?
I thought it was Sensei, but I must have been reading it wrong. There's the dyslexia. There you go.
Yeah. Writing in Questionable Career Choices by Tim Ferriss. And
So I just find this interesting. So they've had the release. 100% of proceeds went to this charity. 6.9% goes to creator for secondary sales.
This is way in the past.
Say that again.
This is way in the past.
Yeah. This is done. This is not something that like you've got to buy this secondary, and I just love the notion. I love Tim Ferriss as a content creator. The people
Holy
that he
shit.
interviews. Artie, you're on silent. And
I was going to say the artwork is like really fun.
Yeah, and the great thing is you can filter it by. He's deliberately made it a little bit absurd, so you can filter it via ball color. Like if you look at one of those characters, you can see that they've got got different colored things. There's I think 7 or 8 clans, and
some of these characters you do not want to be cock punched with.
So I just find this incredibly interesting and funny, which was the design. A lot of people have said this is a pure money grab from a personality, and I beg to differ. I think it's a relatively great product, and your platform is going to get you people to follow. But I just find it so cool.
I mean, I think I think Web3, and we're so quick to jump on, the money grab, and I think that sometimes it is, but I think when we look at these projects, I think that, the Web3 really gives you a platform to explore maybe your wilder side. And so to clarify what I'm trying to say, it's like when you become a public personality, in some ways you get kind of boxed in. Like you are known for these things, right? So Tim Ferriss, like we're like, okay, this is his claim to fame, and this is his box, which is nothing like the project. Like, he is, I would put him in the self-help, inspirational kind of category. He helped a lot of people. He inspired a lot of people. I personally love him. I've been following him a very long time, and really, really like all the stuff that he came up with. And but I think that most of us are like multifaceted and multidimensional, and so I think that the Web3 is a great platform to be like, hey, now I'm going to explore this crazy creativity side that might not be met with a lot of positivity, or maybe will be met with a lot of skepticism if it gets like put out to my, audience that say, oh, this is like the box that I fit in. So for that, I think like big kudos, like, because for most of us through our careers, like we don't stay in one thing. And that's like the amazing thing, and the one of the greatest kind of evolutionary path that humanity has taken, right? Like our grandfathers like worked one job. Like my grandfather worked in a shipyard his entire life. Like he went to work for 50 years of his life, and then he retired. And it's much different. Like right now we can go through like 20 different careers in a lifetime, and we can enjoy all of them, and they can be like drastically different. So, I wouldn't jump on like, yes, it's a cash grab. Like it could be, but maybe Tim Ferriss doesn't need any more money. Maybe he just wants to have a free platform to express his crazy creativity.
I'm with you on.
Skeptical when someone says that someone doesn't need any more money, because it seems like everybody likes having more money.
I think I'm with both those perspectives, but I would say that I'm with you, Ada, on there is motivation that comes from passion in this, and to maybe cover a few back end things, because I've heard a few people, as in I've seen on Twitter several comments and things, because it is easy to do that. People do get pigeonholed for where they've begun or where they've become recognized. He's been, if I'm remembering correctly, and let's say I get plus minus a year correct, I think it was 2014 that was his first introduction into the likes of Bitcoin. I believe he's got several punks and what are the squiggles? Golden squiggles and things like that, whatever they are. He's got several notable NFTs throughout his time, and he's acquired them and kept them quiet, like put them to the side. There's not a public account. There's not one that's being shown. He's been a participant, and for anyone that's been following Tim, and I think you should, he's got interviews dating back for 2015 with Nick Szabo. He's got who's the Zcash person. You've also got Vitalik. You've got Naval Balaji, and tons of people. Coinbase Brian Armstrong was this year. There is so much crypto content that dates back. And about a month ago, I remember having this quiet period, and someone remarked on Twitter that whatever it was go back on that old content, go back on the old content that predates 2017, because it holds up so well. The way that people used to describe things pre-2017, it still holds up, and it's one of the greatest tools for onboarding. So if you want to have a conversation with someone and say, what is Bitcoin, it's probably not beneficial to learn what someone is saying nowadays. Go back to the original stuff that Nick Szabo said in 2015. And that's the best storytelling you can do. So I went back and just found it remarkable.
Well, hey, if you're going to talk about crypto and cypherpunk folk, and if you're going to talk about storytelling, you must go back and watch the classic Andreas Antonopoulos videos. Everybody, because he is a firecracker. He is fierce, and not everybody agrees with his politics. A lot of people do, a lot of people don't. You know how politics go. It's like half. But in terms of the cypherpunk philosophy and protecting people from government and crazy stories and questions, like he answers, like, what are we going to do when United States adopts Bitcoin and they turn every extra nuclear generator into a Bitcoin mining machine, and they're able to have the dominant hash power? And like, he basically talks about, oh yeah, we'll just fork the network and do nuclear resistance. And it's just like great stories. You know what I mean? He testified in government, and he really let people know what he thought. Yeah, great stories.
I love the comparison of, I think it was describing the Bitcoin network and the Ethereum network as the infrastructure layers. And so he gave those analogies or the comparisons to the past, where it was things like, the horses used to exist until they decided to pave the roads, and you had to do these different things, and eventually you got the beautiful world that we have right now, which is fast transport via trains and cars and things like that. But it was essentially describing the network in it's going to take time. So what people call the inefficiencies of Bitcoin and the inefficiencies of Ethereum, well, these are growing pains that existed throughout every transformative, revolutionary piece of technology. And so, this is, Andreas is fantastic.
Yeah, and I think it's really, for me, it's really interesting to watch that that arc of the conversations that we were having kind of very early. I mean, even Gary and I kind of fully joined the space, I think, in 2016. But look at what were the conversations in 2013, and what were the conversations later, and how the early, like, I remember 2016, the whole cryptocurrency movement was really tied with what was it, anarcho-capitalist movement, right? Like there was a lot of that, and some of the first conferences that were popping up back then were by Jeff Bierowak, who was
there was PorcFest, which is a huge libertarian conference with and they're big on Bitcoin. And then there was Anarcho Poco by Jeff Berwick.
I think 2016 might have been the first one.
I think 2016, 2017,
yeah, 2016, because we were thinking about it. We were like, should we go? And we ended up not, and I so wish we did, because it was much different. It was very cypherpunk, and it aligned, well, not aligned, but in some way, it connected itself to those communities because of the ideals. Like, and there really wasn't many of the platforms that we have today, in terms of development on any of the Web3 technologies. And so I find, the conversation was much different. And the people who, like, I mean, you heard me say that story the first time when we did the meetup in like 2016, it was like me and Gary and like, 6 people that are like hardcore like devs and coders, and the language that they were speaking, I was like, I don't even know the words that are coming out of your mouth. Like, it was intense. But just 6 months later, we saw a huge rush of regular people. They were like, what is this? Like, I want to understand the technology, like, and still very early. And I think now we're having completely different conversations. And so the conversations are in big part dictated by the people who come into the space and their ideals and ideology that they bring, by how long the people have been in a space. So back in 2016, a lot of the people that were having the conversations, they have been in it since the very beginning. So they were like the misunderstood, the rebels, like the cypherpunks, like, they didn't care. They've spent their whole life, like, coding, things that most people were like, what? And now we have this huge influx of just regular people. So the conversations had changed drastically. And I think, I mean, for me at least, there was so, like, we weren't discussing, like, how do we preserve decentralization? Like, it was just like there was a small people that, and the cornerstone of that was decentralization, period. Like, there wasn't a conversation. And now it's like we're having a conversation about, wow, this technology is becoming centralized. How do we, how do we stay decentralized? And so it's very, very interesting to look at the arc of those conversations throughout the years.
There's something that I didn't quite catch. The beginning, you referred to anarcho. What was the thing? The event or the anarcho purico or something?
It was Anarchapulco.
Could you spell that or type that in the chat?
No.
No.
No, just go to Google. It's like
I will drop it in the chat.
I can't pronounce the name of the actual Mexican city now.
Acapulco.
Acapulco.
Acapulco,
Yeah.
and so it was
And they just mixed
Anarchapulco.
anarcho and Acapulco for Acapulco.
I'm no closer to understanding what this is. For a moment, I get that it's a location.
Type in anarcho Pulco conference.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And if you want to go slightly deeper down the rabbit hole, and as we know, these documentaries, at least the documentaries that end up on a mainstream channels like HBO, right? They're gonna have a bias. But there is I think a 10-part documentary on I think it's either called Anarchy or Anarchism or something like that. And it really amazingly, it waves the story of how the anarcho-capitalist movement sort of got started. And it really follows a group of people that have moved to Mexico in search of a more anarchist lifestyle. And, it brings in the whole Bitcoin and cryptocurrency piece, because that became like a really big piece of the conference. So I think the second year they did it, they actually had like a separate track, like the NFT NYC has like a dev track and an NFT track and different. So they had like a separate cryptocurrency track, because the first year it was like hardcore anarchists or people that were like really interested in anarchist lifestyle. And then the second year, I think they only ran it for 3 years. And the third year they had more people, because the cryptocurrency became such a big part of that movement, because it created, so to speak, that infrastructure.
Yeah, and I can. That's very interesting. So I've pulled up a few, and it suggests that there's something 6th to 10th of February next year.
Oh, that's cool.
It might still be going on. I mean,
that would be great.
The sequels aren't as good as the originals, and the sequels, there's changing of people that run the event.
Mm-hmm.
There's changing of values. Money always becomes a thing for people running the event and making money and spending money. And so, it seems like, the very first couple always have like a different magic than like the later ones. But overall, it seems to be a great community with, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's cool to hear that they're still going on. They were really cool when they were happening. I mean, there was like a little bit of drama, which gave them enough information.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, they made a Netflix documentary about some of the drama.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of drama. And it's interesting because the Netflix documentary kind of says, hey, like this lifestyle, is unsustainable and this and that. But, it was very interesting because if you kind of watch it, I really watched it from a lens of, it's very difficult to build an intentional community. And I think we as humans have been craving it for a very long time. And many have tried. Many of them had turned into cults as we know it. But I think we still talk about it. I mean, Gary and I still have a conversation of what would it take? And I think right now that conversation had moved to, let's intentionally study the network state. and see what it takes to build digital nations, because I feel like the Web3 technology has the underpinnings where this can be really, really successful. But we're still seeing online communities implode all the time. It's very difficult to get people connected and building in kind of in the same wavelength. And I think you were there on Wednesday, right, when we were talking about we're going through an arc when we're going more from being communal to being an individual. And so I think we're seeing this huge push in community. But if you actually look at underpinnings of how the word community is even used for Twitter, it's not really what we think of community. Like most people that I say, hey, this is my community, this is my tribe, I've never met in person. That's I might love them, I might hate them. They might bounce during the next bull market because there's other things that are more exciting. And so I think that what we call the community right now and what I would say intentional community are much, much different. But I think that the biggest push, even within the communities that I have seen, is everybody in that community is working on their individual thing. Very hard to get people together behind an idea and say, hey, let's work on this together. It's like people go, wow, this is really cool. How do I build my own, thing off of that? And so, this has been foretold that we're moving into an age of individualism, and that we're going to start seeing the further and further disintegration of community. But at the same time, because I'm an optimist, and a strong believer in the community, I wonder whether these digital states are gonna come into a forefront.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I think so just talking about the network state, because it's incredibly interesting, and there's another callback to Tim Ferriss and Balaji speaking on that about that book, and he goes into some detail. But I believe I saw a month ago Balaji actually commented that probably the only, so referring to blockchain, referring to crypto, it was actually Nouns DAO. So the relevance to Nouns DAO buying their little icon.eth, he referenced that they were probably the only one that were practicing it with the exception of one facet, one element. So are you familiar with that?
I definitely think, to be completely honest, and and this is going to be subjective because this is very much based on everybody's what everybody's perceptions are of decentralization and what the threshold is, right? I think that we haven't really fully seen a use of building a fully decentralized community or even a DAO. Yes, there has been many DAOs that have been created. I have been a part of many DAOs, and I time and time again see that the community participation is the hardest thing. That if there's no something that I get back, then I don't want to participate. I think that ENS in many ways have tried to solve that pickle by having delegates, so to speak, and having some kind of voting system. But problematically, right, it becomes politicized, and it's very, very easy to get corrupted. It's like, hey, you have the voting power and I have this project and I want you to vote for this project. What does it take, right, to get that person to vote for me, right? Does it take money? Does it take influence? Does it say, hey, you do this for me and I'll do this for you? And so, it's very, very difficult. And so I think oftentimes, and we have seen it, we vote because we feel like, hey, this is the right thing to vote, without even having, without even doing the research that we need to do. And it's very difficult. I mean, we look at these, even the things that we vote on, and I'm like, some of these people aren't even docs. Like, how do I know who are they? There's this, like, we were talking about it later, like, let's get them on a public platform where we can ask them questions and we can fully vet them out as a community. I mean, I think that would be more transparent process. So yeah, I agree with you. I think majority of the big brands that have bought it, they don't know anything about decentralization and they have zero interest. Like Prada does not want to give up any of its, like, Prada has owners and stakeholders, and that's what they're interested in, and they'll build on it whatever's going to make them money. Like that's just, and 100% is going to be a centralized, because I think that currently how we live our world with the kind of the power over dynamic, it would be very difficult to give it up. And I am fully transparent that I am saying it from a standpoint of somebody who's in a 99%, right? Like I don't have a lot of power and influence in the world, not like somebody like Donald Trump has. But if you make it to the 1%, the question always is, like, I can say, yes, I'm uncorruptible, but I'm going to be fully transparent and say, absolutely, we're all corruptible. Because when you have that level of power, I think that only desires more power. And that's where it's very difficult, because the conversations that we're having, like the 1%, I can guarantee you are not having. They're like, how can we get more power?
Yeah. And you go.
No. I was just like, unfortunately.
I agree with all this. And I think when it comes to the ENS as well, we are exactly experiencing what you've said, which is we've got people sort of moving towards that individual side. So I'll bring it back towards the actual delegates and whatnot, but everyone very much is focused on the individual side. And there might only be a small percentage that are focused on the community side. And individuals make up community, but it's shared goals, shared ideals, and it's sort of leaning towards that future or working towards that future. In theory, stewards, delegates are meant to carry that out. But I think what's occurring right now is there is such a disparity, and this is in all things, NFTs, but and cryptocurrency. But when it comes to ENS, the focus still is on the individual as opposed to that end goal of decentralization or that end goal of what ENS is looking to achieve. And so everyone's wanting to vote, whether they have the votes or not, whether they have the power or not. We're not covering delegates yet. They're all voting for their individual agenda. And so 100%. If I was a delegate that had a lot of things delegated to me, to an extent, and this is the corruptibility, as well as fulfilling on your intentions, I would probably want to protect the ENS future against, if it's not my ideal, against those individual things, which is, I just want the money, I just want my sale, I want to make it big. And that in some sense entrenches that the 1% are going to continue to gatekeep and protect, just like the notion that being the 99 and then suddenly being in that position of power, the corruptibility does come. Maybe you're not corruptible from the transparency point. You maintain that and say, I will be transparent. But the corruptibility will be that I no longer look at what these people are asking for, because I'm now working as a community mindset as opposed to individualistic. And so I think that what's occurring within ENS, as an example, is that you've got a lot of people that think they know best, and they're stewarding in the way that they think they know best for that future. And unfortunately, what's not occurring is we're not having, say, is it trunch when you put things in groups? Lowest trunch, lowest group. I'll just group.
Yeah.
So the lowest group of people need to move into that middle tier in order to have an influence on the higher tier.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got this big middle gap right now where there's no success. It's just a lot of people here that are screaming for, I need to make money myself. A few that are beginning to or already think idealistically in that decentralized future, as well as the success of ENS is critically important. And let's remember that ENS, the success of ENS is critical to Ethereum. It is so critical to Ethereum. It's not just, which is another reason why I think delegates or people that reach that point start to protect, whether right or wrong, something according to what their lens they think is correct. They become protective because ENS to fail is really to set back so much progress, and it's to set back that progress on the blockchain that everyone is building. This is why ENS, I mean, I think it's why we're all in on it. It's not only that opportunity that exists on a personal level, but it's because it's so foundational to everything. So if ENS, the DAO, becomes something that's deteriorates into something that's not effective, or doesn't lead to maintain that public good in the best interest, as well as attract quality talent, then that's a major risk for Ethereum's future. It's such a reverberating out type of thing. And I don't know any other aspect, any other project, if you will, that has that same level of influence that ENS does on general blockchain development. I mean, there's all these research, there's all these projects and things, and they are consequential. But just breaking it down to projects, there's that massive difference. So I get why people get protective, and I would probably do the same. I even hear myself speak in that way.
Yeah.
And I hope that I maintain exactly what you said, which is the level of transparency.
Yeah.
But we also just need to weed out that individualistic, my money first mentality. And before I forget this, did you catch the town hall last night?
No, I actually haven't. I have to go back and watch it because, like I said, it's so important that they just got done with their Stewart elections. But when you were talking, like, what it made me think about, and I often don't want to draw the parallels between, the books, but I think that we have definitely seen some of like the incredible ideas come. I go back to 1984 all the time, and I'm like, it's not a manual, you guys. Like, what is going on? It was fiction. It was fiction. 1984 was a fiction. But what this makes me think about, because I think, and we talked about it before, right? So to create a successful community, we have this mind where it's like, I say to the kids all the time, it's like, oh, it's all equal, therefore, equal is even, and it's not. Like I say it all the time in a relationship, being equal in a relationship doesn't mean that you all do the same things, because it's redundant. And so I love to cook. Like, I do all the cooking for our family, most of it, because our kids are now totally into it. But that's like my love. And I don't need like 10 cooks in the kitchen. That makes it complicated. So like, let me do the thing that I do really well. But I want somebody to do the dishes and do the cleanup, because that's like not my jam. But I don't know if you're familiar with the Divergent series. There's the book's way better than the movie, but there's this really fascinating concept, right? So in Divergent, you have these fractions, and everybody, and I don't want to go into how the process works, but there's when you come of age, you kind of get to decide which fraction you align with. But it's amazing because it touches on like the most important pieces of our humanity, right? So you have the Dauntless, who are the warriors. Like, they're the badass, they rebels, but they organize to protect. And then we have the Candors, which are the honest, right? So they are in charge of the law. Like, they can speak the truth and they can uphold the truth. And then there are erudites, who are like the super, super intelligent. But so you would think that the erudites or Candors would be the people who are running, those governments, but it's actually not. It's abnegation, who are the selfless, right? Because it's very hard to lead if your heart isn't selfless, and that's what we see in community. And then we have the Amity, which are, just like your peaceful hippies, and they produce all the food. But if you align with the fraction, and you work, within what are your strengths, not everybody is a good leader. I say it all the time. Like, there's some people that are amazing leaders, and there's some people that just want attention and fame. They're not great leaders. and you know, not everybody can be a warrior. Like it takes a certain kind of person, you know, to be a warrior. And some people just want to grow food. We were talking about it yesterday. We went to a holiday event, and during the pandemic, like a lot of people, I was like, I'm gonna grow my own food. And I worked my ass off to grow those 5 tomatoes, and I was like, this is really hard to grow your own food. Like I grew 5 tomatoes. It took such tremendous amount of work to like weed it and tend to it and water it and to not kill it for 5 freaking tomatoes, which we ate, you know, one night for dinner. Like, but I understand, like, I am not great at like food production. I would probably be way better at like hunting and butchering. But it's like, I think it's important to understand those strengths. And because we're in such an individuality driven, attention seeking place, everybody wants, like, we just have it, like, how to be the best leader, you know, 10 steps to become, you know, a better leader, like leader this and leader that. And so I think it's breaking our society because we don't need a lot of, and it's not even a matter because people are like, oh, if I'm not a leader, then I'm a following. It's not a matter of that.
No.
It's, what is your place in the community? You know,
Yeah.
like I always say, like, I do really, really good, you know, operations. Like that's like my jam. And so for a long time, Gary was in front of the camera and I was like in the back end, and I was super happy doing like all the button pushing and all the production because like that's what my gifts are.
Can I
And
jump in here?
yeah.
Sorry, and this is that perfect statement of leading from the front and leading from behind. And leading from the front, using the example that you've just given, leading from the front has to do with maybe it's the front facing, literal screen side of things. And in that context, leading from behind is all the operations. But when you flip it around, because the operations require tons of interactions, it exists on its own as leading from the front, whereas that role of Gary exists as leading from behind. It always has to do with the context, and it is this notion that we all need to be one particular way, or that gets the fanfare, or that's the thing that we grow into, or the esteem goes in one place, and it has us say this is what we need to be. But there are so many ways to lead, and yes, it's not the leader follower. It is actually finding that thing that you're exceptionally good at, or better yet, you don't even have to be exceptionally good at it, but if it fulfills you and you enjoy it and it delivers some value, especially if you're delivering it to someone that's also then compounding that value and you're deriving value from it as well, that's a great approach. Leadership exists in so many different forms. Leadership is being a follower, but it's also leading from the front, behind, side, everywhere. It's absolutely core. No one should be all these things. We need leaders that are, this is my father's story, and it's not, it may be too loosely there, but I'm going to give it anyway. My father, for years and years, he's worked in a tall building and a reasonably good job. Okay. And the security person that was downstairs every day, say hello, do all the things, you know, the security person worked for 30 years in the same building. So both 30 years in the same building. And when that security person passed away, they went to the funeral, and he went to the funeral, and the funeral had more, they'd made friends, but he had more people than any funeral my father had ever been to. This person was spending weekends at the local football club, training kids, doing it during the school nights, doing all sorts of things. The sheer joy and passion that existed in this person's life, they were leading on so many different fronts, And to the majority of people, they would have seen that as being non-leadership in how they spent that 8 hours a day, but they weren't living those 8 hours a day, as in they weren't waking up for those 8 hours a day. Those 8 hours they were living as that bold leader, that powerful leader, that person that gave everyone a voice and the ability to communicate that passion and joy. It wasn't just that title. It wasn't just that thing. And so leadership is every part of life. And it's how can you make it fulfilling, and it's not what someone else thinks it should be.
I love it. I love it. It was so well said. And I think, I think we definitely have to have a lot more conversations within the community about the leadership, because I think most of us, if not all of us, I would say at least 95% of us in the space, want to see the Web3 succeed. We want it to be like our next evolutionary path for humanity. And I think that if we don't do the work personally to evolve to that place, then the movement doesn't have what it needs to go up. Then it will become completely centralized, and it would just fall under the structures that already exist.
And then we're reduced to all we did was busy work.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, oh, remember that time when we used to dream about the centralized world? All the time we spent on Twitter and Facebook.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to look back on this time and be not embarrassed. I don't think I'd be embarrassed, but I don't want to be ineffective. And this is the cliche thing. It's a marathon, but every step in that marathon does count.
Yes, 100%. And on that note, I'm wondering whether we can take a little afternoon break. We've been going for almost close to 5 hours, which is our absolute longest stretch. And then I think it will be awesome if we reconvene for the afternoon show. So if you're here with us, if you're watching, we are doing Rugged Special Minting Coins Edition. Just because Spaces is dead doesn't mean that the community doesn't have a place to come and connect. So we invite all of you to join us later. Please watch for the link. It would either be on Gary Palmer Jr., Twitter, Minting Coins, and 184. You want to say quickly who you are, what you do, and why you're here?
I'm 184.eth, and if you've been listening for a little while, you get what I do. Cool. I will say I would love to come back and have a little chat about the ENS town hall that was last night, because it was great to listen to. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, fantastic. I'll say I'll definitely remember. Maybe we'll do a next week episode on it, because I think it's very, very important to talk about the details of what happened. I want to have an opportunity to watch it. I know Gary hasn't had an opportunity to watch it yet, and 100%. I think it's really important. I am Ada.eth. You can find me on Twitter under unfoldedlife.com. I'm part of Minting Coins, and we are going to take a break. If you're watching, please watch for the link. We will most likely come back this afternoon for a part 2 special Rugged Minting Coins show. And until then, together, we are Minting Coins.